Administration meeting to order. Our first business of the day is calling the roll.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
David Miller,
Here.
Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen,
Here.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Kevin Palke,
Good morning.
Ramon Rubacava,
Here.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Okay, and we have a quorum. I want to thank you. We will recess immediately now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda. We will immediately reconvene in open session after the closed session. So thank you very much. Clear the room for closed session. Thank you. session? Are we not? Oh, I thought I heard the phone. One more minute. Hold on. I didn't use the mallet. We're good.
Mallet.
That's what it looks like. All right. Good morning. We're back. We're reconvening in open session. I want to thank everybody. We are going to take, y'all can stay in here, but we're going to take about 5 or 10 minutes to move seats around. And so now we are going to adjourn this meeting, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes. So that would be 9:26 in PCTM. Does that work, Mr. Pacheco?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Meeting is adjourned.
Good morning. I would like to, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Performance, Compensation, Talent Management Committee to order. The first order of business in open session is to call the roll call. Thank you.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present and good morning.
Melissa Willett.
Here.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Arena Ortega. Kevin Palke. Teresa Taylor. Yvonne Walker.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to move on to the next item, is the executive report. Mr. Hoffner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Today we have 2 items before you. First item is 5A. Your primary consultant, GGA, will provide and present alternatives to this item as it relates to the committee's consideration to align compensation for the executive investment management classifications with the market. And 2 is item 6A, an annual incentive metrics review. It's being presented as an information item today so the committee can gain information and clarification and provide feedback to GGA before they bring back a formal recommendation at the June meeting for the new fiscal year. With that, that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I see no questions on that. I'd like to move on to the action consent item. What is the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
I have a first from Ms. Middleton, a second from Ms. Taylor. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. The next item on the agenda is number 4, information consent item. There was no request to pull any item from the informational consent item. So we are now moving to action agenda item number 5A and compensation review and recommendation for statutory position. And Ms. Tucker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5A presents GGA's recommendations for adjustments to the current salary and incentive ranges for classifications covered by the board's compensation setting authority under Government Code Section 20098 and in alignment with the board's approved market comparator group. In February of 2023, McLaughlin presented updated compensation survey data for covered executive and investment management positions. This was a follow-up from February 2022, when McLaughlin presented similar compensation survey data. At that time, the committee decided to reassess the comparator group and have McLaughlin returned with revised data. To better align CalPERS compensation opportunities with the board's defined comparator group, GGA has proposed alternatives focused primarily on positioning the annual and long-term incentives more competitively, as well as adjusting the base salary ranges for a few classifications that are under market. The proposed alternatives are intended to align total compensation opportunities for these positions with the total compensation opportunities of the comparator group. With regard to the Chief Health Director position, CalPERS team members worked with GGA to identify comparable compensation data for the committee's consideration, including a number of California-based health organizations and districts. Any changes adopted by the board to salary or incentive ranges will become effective July 1st, 2023, or phased in as directed by the board. CalPERS team members will incorporate any approved changes to base salary ranges, incentive schedules, and any other plan design options into the board's policy. That concludes my opening remarks, and we can bring forward and invite Mr. Kelly and Mr. Landers to begin their presentation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Blander. Please present.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Just for everyone's background, just to add to Michelle's initial commentary, this has been a long process, for the information of the new board members particularly. This was started last year. When we first did the benchmark study, there were some questions around the composition of the peer group. We were asked to come back and readdress that. We had interviews, if you recall, with every one of you to get your views and opinions on how the peer group should be constructed. And then in November of last year at the workshop, it was agreed that you would follow a prescriptive methodology around the peer group, which is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And then that direction was given to McLaughlin, and McLaughlin reran the data with that prescriptive methodology applied. So this is the result of all of that work. And so we just want to make sure that we've addressed all the concerns of the board up to this point. One of the issues, or not, I wouldn't say issues, but one of the things that has led to the situation we're in today is that the last adjustments that were made were, our understanding, roughly 2020. And there was the decision of the board not to run a benchmark survey to look at your market data. It was the decision to age existing data. And so there was some adjustments that were made to the pay bands, and there was an addition of the long-term incentive, which really hasn't materialized yet because it's a 5-year performance period. And so the real impact of that decision hasn't really taken hold until you hit the end of that first performance period, and there's a potential payout or non-payout based on that 5-year performance. So that being said, running the data again for the first time in a number of years, there's been a lot of progression that has been made in the pension world around incentives and incentivization of employees. And that is, it's fortunate in that the real, and you'll see in the data, the real deltas between your current compensation and what we're recommending is mostly around the at-risk pay, the pay for performance. And I would direct your attention to the appendices that we provided with the pie charts on what the value add would be if everyone was to hit that actuarial threshold, and what the cumulative payout, associated payout would be. So as you can see on those slides, you're paying out a minor fraction of the performance that you're putting before your employees. And so with that going forward, Peter's going to walk you through the objective findings and the recommended pathway forward, because we wanted to give you some options, because there's some adjustments that are required, and how you want to make those adjustments is totally up to this committee and up to the board. Okay, and with that, I'll turn it over to Peter.
Thanks, Brad. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
And just for point of reference, for those of you who don't know, Peter unfortunately could not join us today. His wife is due any day now, and it would not be a good spousal decision to be here, if, as you would all agree. And so, Peter is able to join via Zoom here. So just for everyone's knowledge, that's why I'm here and Peter's not.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that. So yeah, what we wanted to do today is really walk through some recommendations we observed, if you recall, in February, the gaps that existed. If we can turn to the next slide, please. Next slide. So again, as a recollection, we looked at executive positions as well as investment staff. Again, the key findings of the competitiveness were from the February PCTM meeting. If you recall, again, there were some large gaps, material gaps that were found that were very similar to the findings of last year's review as well. So even with a change and more prescriptive peer group methodology, the results stayed very similar in terms of those gaps, with the gaps continuing to be largely on the at-risk incentive compensation side that Brad had just mentioned, both on the annual incentive as well as the long-term incentive side. So while there are some adjustments that we are recommending to the base salary ranges, the lion's share of our recommendations are driven by at-risk incentive pay, meaning that, yes, there is an increased opportunity to earn a higher level of pay, but that level of pay will only be earned if results are generated for CalPERS, both from an investment perspective, but also for certain folks as well against other important criteria, whether it's member satisfaction, whether it's engagement scores, whether it's cost effectiveness. So needless to say, the at-risk incentive means it's there, but if you don't get the results for the plan members, you don't get that value-added returns on the long-term incentive side. You're not beating that actuarially required rate of return of 6.8%, then these incentives will not pay out or pay out at a lot lower level than the potential target opportunity. If we can move to the next slide, please. Just to be clear, how we have set our recommendations is to be targeting the median or the midpoint of that combined peer group, of that weighted methodology, which for the executive staff is 1/3 public sector agencies, 1/3 public pension funds, and 1/3 private sector. And then for the investment staff, 2/3 public funds and 1/3 private sector. So again, we've looked at the median of that combined peer group as being, and as this committee and the board had directed us back in November, being indicative of the competitive level that you want to be targeting pay to. We did reference the chief health director. That role is quite unique and is not something that is typical in the investment world, even in most pension funds, even within a lot of public agencies. So we have had to use a slightly refined peer group for that role, which again, as the CalPERS team member had mentioned, Ms. Tucker, that was a group of similar California-based agencies with similar types of health roles to the chief health director role. And we've again targeted the median of those California-based agencies as a whole as being, again, indicative of a market competitive level. And just a reminder, when we talk about things like total cash compensation or total cash compensation, it means salary plus that annual incentive, that award that is, paid, yes, based on multi-year investment returns, but is paid on an annual basis. Total compensation is your salary, your annual incentive, as well as then that long-term incentive, which is tied to 5-year absolute total share return performance and beating that 6.8% required rate of return. We can move to the next slide, please. Next slide, perfect. Just as a reminder, these were the gaps that were identified back at the February meeting. And again, these gaps are to the median. So it's the midpoint of the CalPERS range to the median of the market of that combined peer group. And we've added in the chief health director position as well against that group of California-based agencies. So you can see the sizable gaps, largely again, due to a lower than market incentive or at-risk incentive pay that we are trying to solve through our recommendations today. If we can move to the next slide, please. So the rationale, as a reminder, for our recommendations, one is, of course, to align your compensation levels more competitively with the median of your policy-aligned peer group that you as a board and as a committee have said is where you want to be targeting pay. We're going to ensure that base salary range levels are competitive with the peer group, so they're not above market, but they're also not below the market of that combined peer group. We want to reflect the fact that for many of the executive staff member roles that are seeing some of the salary range adjustments, some of these haven't been adjusted materially in 3+ years. There was a small adjustment made to the maximums, I believe, at the January meeting, but more material increases that may have been warranted have not been made in 3+ years. We want to ensure that a meaningful and competitive amount of compensation is placed at risk through incentives. We at GGA are very much proponents of tying a large portion of anyone's pay opportunity to at-risk incentives. And lastly, especially for the executive management positions, that there is some hesitancy, and we can understand why, to make certain roles eligible for long-term incentive at this time. Ones that, based on the market data, you could argue, some roles within public agencies and even certain pension funds may not be eligible for long-term incentive. And so we're wanting to reflect that as well through our recommendations. We can move to the next slide, please. So we wanted to provide the committee with a couple of alternatives, both for the executive management staff as well as the investment staff. And we've sort of bucketed them into two sort of strategies. One is an aligned to median strategy, which would literally say, where is generally the median of this policy aligned peer group, and we align everyone to the median of that combined peer group, or within a small variance of that range. The second alternative is an internally equal below CEO strategy, meaning that even if there is some differences between certain roles that would say that some roles maybe deserve to be paid a little bit higher incentive opportunity than others, we recognize that all of the management staff working below the CEO as their direct reports are all generally valued equally, and therefore we're going to structure the pay opportunities so that they are all paid equally and in a more similar pay structure, if you will. So those are just the two main sort of strategies. We can move to the next slide, please. So on the salary adjustment side, you can see that when we looked at the CEO position, we did not see a material gap to the market. And so therefore, there was no need to adjust the CEO's salary range. We felt it was still market competitive and gave you space to work with. But you can see that for the CFO, the general counsel, the COO, and the chief actuary, all of which we were able to find good, meaningful data from the McLaughlin research, from public agencies, and that there was a gap to market from a salary perspective, comparing the current midpoints to the midpoints in the market, or the median of the market. And so you'll see that we've made sure to recommend salary adjustments that place those roles generally more in line with the median of that combined peer group. If we can move to the next slide, please. The chief health director, and this is something we wanted to highlight, and it came out through the analysis and through the market research that we did. This role is quite unique. I think everyone probably around this table would admit that this role is quite unique compared to other roles within CalPERS, but even within many other state agencies in the state of California, even with other pension funds, definitely even when you look at the private sector. And what came out through the analysis, working with the CalPERS team members, was currently CalPERS, you make this role eligible for an incentive, just like all the other direct reports to the CEO. But when you look at the market data, and it's included in the appendix for your reference, most, if not all, of the similar roles in California are actually just paid a salary only and are not made incentive eligible. And there's a variety of reasons for that, but it then provides a couple of different alternatives of how you could potentially structure the pay of this unique chief health director role potentially differently than the other roles, which have very high market prevalence of a salary, an incentive, for some even long-term incentives as well. And so we've put forth a couple of different strategies in terms of how you could adjust the salary range for the chief health director. One is to acknowledge this role is unique. It's quite different than the other roles at CalPERS. It recognizes that similar roles in the market typically pay a higher salary and no incentive at risk pay. And so you would adjust the current band materially to focus on a salary only approach to this one specific role. And you can see that that leads to a midpoint of about 425,000, which aligns with approximately the median of those California-based groups. The second alternative, you would still adjust the salary, but you would do so maintaining the at-risk incentive for the chief health director role. So making sure that the structure of pay for this role is similar to the other direct reports to the CEO. So you can see still a meaningful but not as high of an adjustment to the salary range if you continue to include that at-risk incentive. So those are a couple of alternatives I would, we'll go through this presentation, but I would encourage this committee to think through and, come up with, it really is a philosophical discussion at the end of the day, and what you feel most comfortable with. Do you want to position this role in terms of the pay structure more towards what other similar roles are in the marketplace? Or do you want to keep it generally, while maybe not eligible for as much incentive pay as others, still have a structure that is similar to all of the other CEO's direct reports with a salary and an incentive? If we can move to the next slide, please. So this is alternative one. This is an align to median strategy. And you'll see what we've done in this slide on this table is we've highlighted the current opportunities as a percentage of salary for each of the executive roles, and as well the long-term incentive opportunities. And what we've highlighted in red, in those red boxes, are the adjustments, the recommended adjustments. And you'll see some very material adjustments for most of the roles. The one thing I will point out is you will see that the market data, if you want to solely align everyone to the median of the market data of that combined peer group, shows that the general counsel, COO, and chief actuary should actually get a higher at-risk incentive, and the CFO would actually have a slightly lower increase to their annual incentive. And you will see that that compares to the current practice, which is to have everyone have the same incentive opportunity that maxes out at that 40%. So this is sort of that alternative one. This alternative one also, for the chief health director, would remove the incentive altogether from the role, because it would say the market data supports just paying this role with a salary only and no incentive. So this alternative aligns to, again, the median of the market in a pay structure that generally aligns to the market. Next slide, please. And this just shows the resulting basically analysis of what the gap to the market is if these recommendations are made. And you can see, other than the CEO role, which, to make the sizable adjustments to align perfectly to the median would require decoupling or basically not separating out how the long-term incentive opportunity is determined from the annual incentive, because right now they are very much linked. What you generally generate on the annual incentive side then leads to what you are eligible for as a long-term incentive moving forward. We would have to make a very sizable shift that is not recommended at this time for the CEO role. We're still recommending very material increases and adjustments to that role, but we wanted to be at least more conservative on that side. And you'll see, though, what we've done for the other 5 direct reports to the CEO is generally positioned total cash, so that's salary and annual incentive, around the median of the market. And because you're within, plus minus 10% of the market, these recommendations would generally get you within that sort of, again, that range, that competitive range for the roles. You will see, there is some prevalence in the combined peer group of a long-term incentive for some of those roles, CFO, general counsel, COO. And you'll see that that is creating still a gap from a total compensation perspective. But we feel, at least getting these roles from a total cash perspective for now, leaving them not eligible for long-term incentive, is a good strategy to at least, again, phase in some of the potential adjustments you may want to make in the future, but get them into a competitive range now from that perspective. We can move to the next slide, please. This alternative 2, if you recall, is what we call internally equal below the CEO. This would, as you can see with the red box, put all of the CEO's direct reports at the same annual incentive opportunity level. So the CFO would get a slight bump up to 70% from alternative 1, which was at 60. And the chief health director, we wouldn't necessarily, bring them to the same level as everyone else, because the market data for that role does not support it. But that role would still remain eligible for an incentive. And so from a structure perspective, they would be paid in a similar structure to all of the CEO's direct reports. So those are the only slight differences there. If we can move to the next slide, please. And you will see again, the resulting impact in terms of the market positioning. What I'll note is the CFO role becomes still within that plus minus 10% range, but becomes a little bit more competitively positioned in the market. And you'll notice the chief health director, while we've done it through salary and an incentive, still is positioned right at the median of the peer group. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll just stop there. I don't know if you want to wait and have us go through the entire presentation, or if you want to stop and have a discussion on just the executive roles for now. I'll leave that up to you in your discretion.
Thank you. I would like to continue on. Thank you.
So next slide, please. Perfect. Just a reminder, this is again the investment management positions. You'll see again, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of the salaries were adjusted around 2020 or so, and you'll see they still remain generally pretty competitive outside of a couple of roles that we would make some smallish adjustments to. You can see again though, the lion's share of the gap to the market is through the at-risk incentive pay, and that's highlighted in those red boxes. We can move to the next slide, please. In terms of the investment management positions, the rationale for those recommendations, again, continues to be align them competitively with the median of the peer group. Again, ensure the base salary range levels are competitive. Reflect that movement in the market that has increased the level of compensation that is placed at risk through incentive pay for these types of roles. And generally reflect a mix between salary, annual, and long-term incentive that aligns with market practice. So all of that has gone into the recommendations we brought forward. Next slide, please. Similar to the executive staff, we've outlined the alternatives with two alternatives. One, again, being an aligned to median strategy, where again, we're generally targeting the median of that peer group from a total compensation perspective and aligning the incentive opportunities and salary levels accordingly. The second alternative being that, and I'll get into this when I talk about this alternative a little bit more, but would position the deputy CIO position, which I think everyone would agree is a more senior and larger role with larger amounts of responsibilities, with a higher incentive opportunity than the managing investment director level that is below it. But I'll get into a little bit more detail about that when we walk through some of the numbers. Next slide, please. So in terms of salary adjustments, there were 3 roles that we saw that could require some slight adjustments to the salary levels. I think the most material change needing to be made for the associate investment manager. That was where the largest gap to the market existed, but we did note a couple of housekeeping things that would position CIO and COIO positions slightly more competitively in the market. Next slide, please. So alternative number 1, which is that aligned to median strategy, you will again see the current incentive opportunities on sort of the left side, and then the recommendations on the right-hand side highlighted in red boxes. And you will see again, as we talked about, the largest gap being at-risk incentive pay, you will see some sizable, more material adjustments that are required to put these roles competitively in the marketplace. I note under this alternative in particular, the deputy CIO and the managing investment director having the same incentive opportunity as a percentage of salary, whereas currently the deputy CIO has a 10% higher at target incentive opportunity. So I highlight that under this strategy, those roles would have the same incentive opportunity as a percentage of salary. Obviously, the deputy CIO has a higher salary, so it'll lead to higher numbers, but there is that sort of, that's more senior level role with more responsibilities right now at the same level as more of a direct report. And we wouldn't necessarily always see that very often in the marketplace. Next slide, please. This then shows the resulting alignment to the median. You'll note that we've gotten everyone within, say, a plus minus 2% range. I note for the COIO, and this was one position that we saw, to us, we looked at the data even last year versus this year, and to our role and our understanding of this role in the marketplace didn't necessarily require as much of an increase as the market data indicated for that role. And so you'll see there's a slightly higher gap to market for that role, but we still feel our recommendations will position that role competitively with the marketplace. Next slide, please. This is now alternative number 2, and you'll notice the one difference. Everything else is pretty much the same. The one difference being that we have positioned the deputy CIO with a 10% higher annual and a 10% higher long-term incentive opportunity as a percentage of salary at target than the managing investment director. So this would again recognize that the deputy CIO is a larger role, has more responsibilities, and so from an internal equity perspective, we want to acknowledge that, just like we do currently with the 80-70 currently, we want to acknowledge that through giving that deputy CIO a slightly higher incentive opportunity. If we can move to the next slide, please. And you'll see that market positioning generally remains the same for all the roles, except the deputy CIO is positioned slightly more higher in the marketplace from a total compensation perspective than they were under alternative 1. So next slide, please. We do note that these are some more material increases, just like we noted last year. And if you were to look at last year's analysis and recommendations and compare them to this year's recommendations, you will see that most of it has stayed relatively the same. There's some that maybe have gone slightly up, and some that our recommendations have gone slightly lower than last year. But we do recognize that these are material increases because you haven't necessarily made adjustments over time, and it has been a few years. That has led to a larger gap being observed to the market. And so we understand that you may not want to make all these changes all at once. And so what we've done is we've also given you for consideration as a committee potential phase-in strategy. And we've worked in the past with other public funds, other financial organizations, and just clients in general that have had larger adjustments that they've needed to make to compensation levels. And we've worked with them over the years to develop a phase-in strategy over a 2 to 3 year period. So you make them over time as opposed to doing it all at once. And so we'll move to the next slide, but essentially we've highlighted that potential phase-in on the next 2 slides. So you can see here for the executive management staff, we're proposing, if you don't want to do it all at once, a 2-year phase-in strategy. So you can see right now the target annual incentive is 27% of salary. For the CEO, you would move it to 65% in year 1, which would be fiscal year 23-24. Then in 24-25, you would move from 65% up to 100%. So you essentially go about half the way in year 1, and then the other half for year 2, and so on and so forth through the remaining roles that you see there. It was a similar strategy. I note for the CFO and Chief Health Director, we've provided 2 numbers for each. That's really depending on whether you were to go with alternative 1 or alternative 2 for those roles. But you can see a similar sort of go half the way in year 1, half the way in year 2. And then next slide, please. The same approach applies to the investment management staff. So you'll see again a phase-in strategy where you make half of the sort of adjustment in year 1, and then the other half is made in year 2. And you can see again for the deputy CIO, depending on which alternative you choose, 1 or 2, you can see how that phase-in would work under either of those approaches through the double numbers there. Next slide, please. And then very quickly, before I maybe pass it back to the chair, we just want to highlight, and we want to, we talk about making sure that, you are equipped with an understanding of, yes, these are in dollar terms, material adjustments, but let's look at, holistically, if you were to achieve these level of incentives, what is sort of that sharing ratio? What is that percentage that you are actually sharing of the added returns that this group and this team has worked and achieved for members? And you can see just through this slide here, if you were to achieve maximum annual long-term incentives, so we're not talking about target, we're talking about the highest level of incentive payouts that you could. Over a 5-year period, the math shows that less than 0.1% of the benefit to members would be shared as incentive pay to these folks. And that, again, takes into account achieving that 6.8% and beating that benchmark, of course, by the maximum allowable. Next slide, please. We looked at it and said, over a 5-year period, what is the maximum of your percentage of growth over the actuarial threshold? And you'll see that it's less than 0.6%. So going over that 6.8%, actuarial threshold, you're only going to be sharing less than 0.6% of that with team members through the incentive pay. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we actually looked and said, okay, we understand that, but let's look at, if we just barely beat the actuarial threshold, so we get 6.9%, or, we get up to around 8.1%, which essentially is, I think, the maximum of where like the long-term incentive would pay out at. What are our sort of incentive levels at different rates of return? And you can see that even if you just barely beat the actuarial threshold, you annualize 6.9%. You're still only sharing about 5%, just over 5%, and the lion's share, so over 94% of that benefit is going back to the members. And then what you'll see is, as you generate higher and higher rates of return, that sharing ratio becomes smaller and smaller. And you might ask, well, why didn't we show 6.7, 6.8? If you recall, the plan, especially the long-term incentive plan, does not pay out anything if you don't generate 6.8%. So if you earn 6.7, that long-term incentive isn't paying out anything. So any of the value there is being kept solely by the members and not shared with incentives to the team members. Next slide, please. And next slide. So in terms of next steps, before we I pass it back to the chair. In our view, the next steps that we see is, having a good discussion and approving the required adjustments to the base salary ranges that we've outlined to position CalPERS more competitively. Also approving the required adjustments to the annual long-term incentive opportunities to position you more competitively. And again, just for clarity, as your primary consultant, for the CFO and the deputy CIO roles, we recommend an alternative number 2 strategy, which would position these roles accordingly, internally with others. So it would position the CFO at the same incentive opportunity level as all the other of the CEO's direct reports, and it would recognize the greater responsibilities and role of the deputy CIO. And so it would position that role slightly above the managing investment director. And then for the chief health director role, we actually recommend moving away from a salary incentive structure to a salary only structure that aligns with, again, the types of individuals and the types of roles that you'd be recruiting from for this role in the future, and trying to retain your current chief health director on in the market. And it removes that need to figure out, any unique incentive sort of metrics that need to be done for that role, given how unique it is compared to others within CalPERS. Lastly, on a couple other things, approve if you desire the use of a 2-year phase-in strategy. Either approach, making the change all at once or phasing it in, would be considered, I think, aligned with how others have approached these things in the past, because you could do it in either way, all at once, rip it off like a Band-Aid, or sort of phase it in. And then lastly, of course, assuming you make these adjustments and these approvals today, direct CalPERS HR to reflect any of these adjustments within an updated compensation policy that I believe would come forth at the June meeting. So, there's other appendices. Happy to go through them if there are questions, but in the interest of time, I'll maybe pass it back to the chair and open it up for any questions that people may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Brad, for your comments here. For the compensation analysis and presentation on the comprehension alternatives for the executive and investment positions here at CalPERS. I also want to appreciate your thought process in highlighting the gaps between the current composition levels of these covered statutory positions within the executive and the management groups in order to arrive at a place with the following alternative recommendations in closing those gaps. I really do appreciate that. I want to mention during our February 2023 Performance Composition and Talent Management Committee, I mentioned some remarks, and these remarks were, I see the compensation conversation regarding these covered positions as not only a local matter, but also a global recruitment issue as we look to add more active risk to our portfolio. You know, this is one of the reasons that I wanted to be chair of the Performance, Composition, and Talent Management Committee. Recognizing the folks in the investment office are valued for their hard work and dedication. So our 2.1 CalPERS members are able to retire with dignity and with respect after working decades as public employees. However, in order for us to get the types of returns in the CalPERS fund in the long run, our attention must be laser focused on rock bottom performances across our asset classes and awarding those investment folks who put in the work and effort to achieve the types of risk-adjusted rate of returns in our portfolio so our fund moves forward in the long run. Outperforming the passive benchmarks alone will no longer suffice. As we add more direct investing, which will require an advanced skill set to accomplish over time, these compensation levels will give us a better chance of recruiting and awarding direct strategies moving forward in the long run. Thus, after careful consideration and after an enormous amount of study on these recommendations, I would like to entertain the following motion. To approve the required adjustments to base salary ranges to position CalPERS more competitively. To approve the required adjustments to annual and long-term incentive opportunity levels to position CalPERS more competitively. Specifically, for the Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Chief Investment Officer, respectively, opting for alternative number 2, given its understanding of how CalPERS has historically positioned the Chief Financial Officer and Deputy Chief Investment Officer in relation to other roles internally within the system. For the Chief Health Director role, opting for alternative number 1, given its understanding of the criticality of this role to CalPERS, the structure of the composition paid to similar roles in the market, and to ensure its competitiveness in the long run. And finally, to approve the use of a 2-year strategy to phase in incentive opportunity adjustments over time.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Willett. Second by Mr. Pocky. I'd like to open it up for discussion. Let me get this first of all. And Teresa, you are on.
Thank you very much. I agree with the motion. The only, I think this has been a long time coming. I'm very happy to see the motion. The only thing I think, I don't know, maybe we should rip off the Band-Aid. The use of a 2-year strategy feels like So we'll be trying to phase this in for a couple of years, and then they get their raise, right? And then like 2 years later, will we be looking at another market analysis to do this over again? So I'm wondering, is it kind of clumsy to do the 2-year phase-in strategy? Should we just, and maybe Ms. Tucker, you can respond to that, or GGA, go ahead, whichever wants to.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Taylor. So certainly we can execute whichever you decide, the 2-year phase-in for the incentive or the immediate implementation of the full ranges that are adjusted. The board did discuss last time about a strategy to sort of set regular times to review compensation, so that would be occurring regardless, but certainly we can do whichever method you prefer. Anything else, Brad?
I would just say from an administrative standpoint, it would be much easier just to do it in one fell swoop, considering that you want to get on a regular cycle to start making these adjustments to make sure that you're always being competitive to market. The reason why we provided the alternative is because sometimes it's too material for people to get beyond that hurdle. But I'd also remind this committee that it's been a significant amount of time since you've truly benchmarked to the marketplace, so that's why you've gotten to the situation you're in. But as Peter pointed out, and as I also pointed out, the lion's share of these adjustments are on that performance section of their compensation. So if you're comfortable with that, knowing that if you don't realize the performance, if these employees don't realize the performance that you've put forward, then they don't get paid, you know, what is in the package. And if you're comfortable with that, then we would fully support the bandage removal and to do it in one fell swoop.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like we just need to get it done. So, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if I can't make it because I'm asking questions, but I can get back in line and make a friendly amendment to the motion. So
That would be done by the maker of the motion, which would be Mrs. Willett, I believe. I believe that's
no,
how
it's a friendly amendment. She doesn't. Does she make?
she has to accept it.
Pardon me?
Is that my understanding?
Well, I'm not supposed to make the motion right now anyway.
Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
Good morning. You can make a friendly suggestion. The maker then would need to adopt it, and as would the seconder of the motion.
Okay. Friendly suggestion?
Yeah, Hershey. I'll accept that friendly amendment to, instead of a 2-year phase-in, to just do it immediately, or the 1 year.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Who was the second? That was you.
And the seconder, sorry.
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. Thank you.
So, Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Jacobs? So do I need to repeat that again, or with the entertainment of that, or not?
No, you don't need to repeat it. I think that before you vote on the motion, you should restate it so that everybody's clear on what exactly the motion is.
Okay. And the motion would be to use the 1 year instead of a 2-year. Correct.
That's the amendment.
Immediate
to the
phase.
motion.
Immediate.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Ortega, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I would have liked to support the recommendations on the investment staff and the health director change that's proposed, but I don't support the changes for the executive staff, largely related to my objection to the comparator group, the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and the objections I've raised in the past about that comparison. Given that this motion's been structured as kind of an all or nothing, I will be forced to vote no on the entire motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rubalcaba?
Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco, I want to commend you and the committee for taking this issue on. It is distressing that we have, these gaps have been created. I did have a question, Mr. for you, for the consultants. On the Chief Health Director position, the recommendation is number 1, which would, as I understand it, take out the long-term, the annual incentive eligibility, I guess. But recognizing in the rationale, because we're unique, we are unique. We have the second largest health population on the contract. So I just want to make sure that under that alternative, we stayed unique and recognize the complexity of our health program. Just want to make sure that we're not losing anything by going to alternative 1 versus alternative 2. But the committee's
I can
looking
try
at-
and
Thank you.
I can try and address that very quickly. You will see, of course, that with that adjustment, the base salary range does go to a much higher level than under alternative 2. And again, to be in line with this board and this committee's philosophy of targeting the median of the market or of a suitable peer group, we've structured it so that the midpoint of that salary range is competitive with others. If you wanted to, be more aggressive and, target a midpoint that's slightly higher than what the other California organizations are doing, you could do that. And the justification to your point, Mr. Rubalcava, was, that this is even more unique, second largest healthcare. You would definitely have that. I think there's a rationale for that, but what we have done in our recommendation is, again, aligning to your general philosophy to target the median or the midpoint of the market of a suitable peer group. We've set it in that sort of philosophy and with that spirit in mind. And we do feel that, with the material adjustment that would be made to the salary level for that role, it would give you a lot of room to take into account within the actual placement of your current chief health director or any future chief health director in the role. You could align them accordingly within that range based on how you view the incumbent in that role's performance. And if it's really exceptional, you'd probably position them at the higher end of the role. If they're newer or starting out and still learning and developing into the role, maybe on the lower end of that range. But we feel like the adjustment that is recommended puts you and places you competitively in the market for this current incumbent, but also for future chief health directors in the future.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you. I appreciate the recommendations from the consultants and the thoughtfulness that went into it. I know that it is not easy to, well, for the consultants, maybe it is, but it's not easy, at least for the board, to look at compensation, look at higher compensation. People typically have a feeling in them that goes, "Ew, do I want to do that's a lot? Should we do that?" But I fully believe that, one, I agree with your recommendations. Mr. Chair, I thought that they were well thought out. I thought you made the appropriate case. I believe that I appreciate the amendment that was made and accepted because I think that that's the right way to go. And I think this sets us on a path not only for today, but it'll make it a lot smoother as we go forward into the future. I mean, it is hard to initially think like, oh, this is a lot and maybe we should just like chunk it off a little bit. But I think in this instance, I think that is more painful than just recognizing that we have a problem. It has been an ongoing problem. Let's take care of this problem and have an even playing field to move forward. So with that, I support the recommendation as amended.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Middleton?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If possible, I would like to hear from Mr. Toth specifically on issues related to the investment incentive programs. Yeah, and let me begin, Tom, by apologizing for not giving you advance notice. I was going to ask these questions, but here we are. As you look at these incentive programs and the needs of our investment office, do you have any recommendations regarding the direction we should follow?
Ms. Middleton, Tom Tote, Wilshire Advisors, the board's investment consultant. I think I'd start by echoing some earlier comments and complimenting the board on the thoroughness of the process. And process is really critical when you're talking about these types of structures. I support the recommendations as stated here. And one of the primary reasons, which I think is important for the board to keep in mind, is what it does, the type of investor that this structure with higher upside potential, when performance is reached, that type of investor is going to be attracted to this structure more so than one which is tilted more towards non-at-risk pay salaries. And I think that's a really important component as we look to continue building out a world-class organization, money management organization. And at the end of the day, from an investment standpoint, this is a $450 billion plus asset management organization. And I don't need to tell you this, but the competitiveness for finding and retaining talent is very intense. And this, I think, puts you in a very strong position to get the right people, the right investors in the right seats.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, that's my question. I do have some comments, and if you'll bear with me.
Absolutely.
I've got more than the usual number of comments that I'm going to make.
It's all yours, Ms. Middleton.
All right, thank you. First, I would have supported moving forward with the investment recommendations, but I will be also forced to vote no because we are including the executive officers. I believe fundamentally that we are underpaying our CEO and all of our executives, and that they have earned and deserve a raise. And if we are going to competitively compete, we do need to pay a greater salary than we're paying now. But from the day that I was placed on this board, I've expressed my reservations with the incentive-laden programs that we have for our executives. Our members work for a salary and a pension. We should be the standard bearer of salaries and pensions. I understand completely when it comes to the investment office the need to have a different strategy. But what we have tried to do during the years that I've been on this board is adapt a private sector model to a public sector model where it will never work. An illustration of the failure of the ability of this to work is I am not permitted to ask the CEO or the CIO what their opinion would be on any of the incentive programs that are before us. The very people that have the fundamental responsibility for carrying out this organization's responsibility cannot comment on the incentive programs that we are being told are going to give us the kind of performance that we need in this organization. That is the definition of a broken system. It's not broken because of any of the work on this committee, most particularly our chair and our vice chair, who have done a remarkable job of trying to make this work. It's not broke because of the quality of the recommendations we received from GGA. If anyone could make this system work, I believe Brad and Peter could. And with deep respect, I fundamentally disagree with their approach to what we should be doing when it comes to paying salaries. The argument for incentives is that they will produce a performance that we would not otherwise receive. The performance that we've received from our executives is absolutely exemplary. It is so because of their commitment to their profession and their commitment to this organization and to the mission of this organization. We should be paying them the salary they deserve. We should not be engaging in a process that, instead of incenting them, at the end of the day, is going to lead to discussions as to whether or not they should receive a midpoint, a 2/3 point, or a 4/4 point of their incentive. And that conversation will take place here on this dais with wonderfully committed people, but it is going to be a subjective conversation. And if it is a different conversation than every one that I've had before on this board, instead of leading to increased incentives and increased desire to perform, it will lead to days of disillusion on the part of the individuals that we're trying to perform. We need to stop this and move forward with a process for our executives that is based solely on salary. And if they underperform, then we have an opportunity to take and rectify that underperformance by doing our job, which is to sit down with them and talk about their underperformance and what it's going to take to move forward. We should be doing that kind of conversation always directly and not through the indirect means of providing a less than optimal incentive payment. Respectfully, I will vote no.
Mr. Chair, I was wondering if I could respond to that.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Middleton, I completely respect your opinion. I always respect your views on these things. I would like to point out the fact that I am unaware of a pension fund that is fully funded or overfunded that does not have a progressive incentive structure in its place for all employees, for executive staff and investment staff. Being Canadian, you wear it proudly, but I'd also like to remind you that north of this border, based, if I recall the data correctly, Mercer does an annual study, and at the end of 2021, if I recall this correctly, the median in the entire country was 108% funded. The entire country, all the pension funds in Canada within the Mercer portfolio. I can also say that less than 4%, if I recall correctly, were under 80% funded. It's an envious position to be in, but the way they got there is by having the fortitude and the courage to implement really strong performance-based pay structures that have those conversations, those performance conversations, as you mentioned, Ms. Middleton, about how do you overcome barriers? How do we always consistently improve? What are the challenges that you see before you, and how do we work collectively to make these things work? But if you can't perform, and if you've shown a track record for not performing, then this may not be the organization for you. It's a different way of approaching it, but it is the structure that has been adopted, and I can tell you that structure has got these funds into the envious position they're in. Particularly, one of the first funds was the very fund that your CIO spent a huge part of her early career in, Ontario Teachers. They were kind of the pioneers in this. And so I think you have the right pieces in place. It's just about evolving them and consistently focusing on a strong pay for performance culture that can help incentivize and drive performance and get people to, and I'm not saying that your employees are not driven, and absolutely not, but what I am saying is that incentives have been proven, incentive structures have been proven to really help move that needle and get you into that fully funded position. And that is what we're advocating here. And so I respect your opinion and your views, but I would just say that the data and that the trend that we're seeing would actually would say the contrary.
Brad, thank you.
Sorry. Is that there? So I would like to thank you, Ms. Middleton. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for that information. It's very useful. I'd like to now open it up to public comments, and like to call up Mr. Behrens to the floor, please. Mr. Behrens, please identify yourself and.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco and committee members. I really like the engagement between the committee members here and the experts presenting their recommendations this morning. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and I understand Ms. Middleton's concerns and kind of agree with that too. So it's hard for me to separate what I'm about to say, but I'm going to try it anyway. I think that salary's got to remain competitive. I've seen far too many talented CalPERS management teams at all different levels leave because the public sector offers them a better deal than CalPERS can. And I think that's a tragedy that maybe the board can start to overcome by having these kinds of discussions. You know, years ago, I gave testimony to the Little Hoover Commission regarding compaction for state employees between the management team and rank and file, and at that time there was 400 different types of state employees where there was less than 5% difference between the management leader and the rank and file employee. It never went anywhere, but at least I got a chance to voice my opinion. I kind of feel like this is the same kind of discussion you're having this morning, but I would like to separate the pay for performance bonus part of what you've had in your discussion this morning, because it's always been a mystery to me, at least for the last 12 years I've been coming to these meetings, how the board decides to give a bonus. It feels like they take a bow and arrow and shoot at a target, and wherever the arrow lands, that's what happens. They get a bonus. I don't see a clock, so I don't know how much time I have.
There's some sort of technical difficulty.
Well, good. I keep talking. So I would like to see the committee and the board in the future try to separate those two items. CSR is fully supportive in having competitive salaries for the management team and all those different categories of the team that they were covering this morning. When it comes to the bonuses that they look at every year, I would like the committee and the board to take a closer look at how they come to an end result for granting that bonus or not. And I also would agree fully with Ms. Middleton that I think it would be great. It would be the only time I would ever support a closed meeting if the board would meet with all the people we're talking about, all the different categories of people we're talking about, and discuss those kinds of things face to face and give them an opportunity to give their side of the story so you'll have more insight into making an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Next up is Ms. Fonte. Mr. Fonte, excuse me, so sorry. Good morning, sir. Please identify yourself, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning. I'm Jerry Fontaine, Chief Financial Officer for the California State Retirees, and I speak strongly in support of the motion that's on the board, and I agree tremendously with Mr. Pacheco, Ms. Middleton's comments. I've sat through a number of these meetings and it's always come out with the same result: increase, 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 and let's not worry about performance. And it's time to rip the Band-Aid off. You know, what we're talking about here can be properly renamed as annual salary adjustments, not anything to do with incentive. And if we have to pay our employees, and I'll use the term I heard a few minutes ago, to encourage them to do their job, then it's time to let that employee go. So I appreciate this opportunity to speak to the board, and I also apologize for any high-frequency whistling you heard previously. It's new hearing aids and hearing devices. So thank you for this opportunity.
Mr. Fontaine, there's no apology. Thank you, sir. Are there any more discussions or any from the floor or from the public? I see none, so I would like to call the question. And the roll call. I have a roll call vote on this motion.
Melissa Willett?
Aye.
Lisa Middleton?
No.
Lorena Ortega? Kevin Palke? Teresa Taylor? Yvonne Walker?
Based on the ayes, the motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Oh yeah, and then finally, there's just one more thing I forgot to ask. I'd like to also add some direction based on the public comments that we've received and others. I'd like to direct CalPERS HR to reflect any adjustments to the base salary ranges, annual and long-term incentive opportunity levels within an updated compensation policy, which I believe will be brought in June. Is that my understanding? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll bring the policy back in June.
Thank you. And that will be it for this particular option. I'd like to take 5 minutes until we move to the next item, or actually maybe no, or 10 minutes. Or do we need a break or no? There's no. I guess we don't need a break, so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the information agenda item, the annual review of the 2023-2024 incentive matrix. Ms. Tucker, then please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Item 6A is an information item. To comply with the board's policy, incentive metrics are reviewed annually by the board's primary compensation consultant, GGA. GGA will present their initial analysis and observations on the incentive metrics for the committee's consideration and discussion. Based on the committee's feedback, they'll return in June of 2023 with final recommendations for implementation in fiscal year 23-24. Final board-approved metrics will be included in some combination on incentive plans for eligible executive and investment management positions. That does conclude my opening remarks, and I can invite Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly to begin their presentation. Thank you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Landers and Mr. Kelly.
Excellent. Thank you very much. To start, if I can get the opinion letter up there. Or...
It's just in the materials.
No, it's in the materials. Okay. Well, if I can direct everyone's attention to the opinion letter that was in the materials for today's meeting. The first item I'd like to address is the title, which is Incentive Metrics Review. And I appreciate everyone's comments on the incentives, their opinions on incentives, the honorable members' comment on incentives. We always advocate that we shy away from the use of the word bonus. Bonus would, basically indicate that it's almost a right, it's an expectation, that it is like, Christmas vacation where you expect to get it. at the end of the year and you're going to invest it in a pool. That's not the case, and that's never what we've advocated for any of our clients. We strongly support objective pay for performance, and this opinion letter is kind of the beginning of the process going into the next fiscal year. So that being said, in terms of the general background, we're always asked to comment on, is it the right elements or the right structure? There's 5 key elements that are used on an annual basis. One is fund for performance. The other is enterprise operational effectiveness. The third is investment office performance based on CEM benchmarking against other comparable pension funds. Customer service provided to your members, and stakeholder engagement to your general stakeholders. We believe that these 5 key areas are definitely the areas that you should continue measuring and including in the annual incentive, and so we wholeheartedly approve and support their inclusion in the incentive program going forward. In terms of a timeline, as Ms. Tucker had pointed out, in the next meeting we will be coming forward with specific objective metrics for these elements that would be tested and made fair. So if you recall, what we've done in the past is we've done historic prevalence assessments of it to make sure that it's both fair from an organizational standpoint, but also fair from an employee standpoint, so that both sides, their views, concerns are being met. And so that will be in terms of the timeline, that will be the next step. We'll be coming forward with objective metrics, similar to the metrics that were provided in the materials for today, which were the objectives or the metrics that are being applied to the 22-23 fiscal year. We'll be coming forward with similar metrics for 23-24. Okay, so that being said, in terms of our specific recommendations, we've broken them down because part of the recommendations fall under the board's delegated authority, and then some of the other recommendations fall under the delegated authority that you appoint to your CEO and her team. So that being said, the first recommendation we have under the board's authority is to continue measuring stakeholder engagement. We believe that it is a valued element that should continue to be tracked. But we have recognized that participant engagement has started to dwindle. The first question that was asked of us was around specific groups within your stakeholder makeup, and what is fair and objective to include if specific groups just aren't responding, or if other groups are dominating. And so we said definitely there's a concern there, and we should be looking at possibly just not having a group weighting, but just weight all the responses collectively. So that was the first one. But then we found out that just the overall participation has continued to dwindle. And so the question is, at what point do you include objective measurements and objective results in something like this when it really is only recognizing a very, very small portion of your stakeholders? And so the worry there, the concern is that if it dwindles down to such a minimal number or percentage of your stakeholders, it could actually reflect one of two things, because this is what we typically see in participation around these things. You can get two extremes. It will either overweight everyone who's extremely satisfied and is just so overwhelmed with the engagement that they've got that they have to give you great marks, or the exact opposite. People are so upset that they feel compelled to send in a response. Either extremes are not useful because they're weighted on specific groups. So we want to get basically an understanding of what are the metrics, what objectively, statistically makes sense to make sure that you're basing these objectives on realistic data that truly is reflective of your overall stakeholder makeup. And so we, as I say, our recommendation is to continue to include it, but we will be working with the CalPERS team to come up with some objective numbers that will go into your policy that will say, If certain stakeholder groups fall below a certain level, or if overall participation falls below the certain level, here is what we would recommend applying that year. Again, it provides a bit more objective, more of an objective process for you to follow, but I think it would be fairer for your employees because it wouldn't be holding them against data that could be misleading. And so that's our concern for the first one. Any questions on that element?
I do have a question about that. I really do appreciate that that comment about the stakeholder engagement. You know, I see this. We need objective information. I don't want, as it's more commonly out there in the world, you know, when you go to a restaurant and you do the Yelp thing, I don't want us to be using Yelp as our benchmark on these kind of things. And you never know what's going to be out there. Having some objective data, making it data, and also your comment regarding having perhaps a floor, you know, that there's a certain minimum that we need in order for something to be statistically valid for us.
Yeah.
So I feel those are quite important elements that we need to incorporate and a thought process carried forward. So those are comments, nothing really about that, but I definitely do not want to be Yelp. Thank you.
Absolutely. The second recommendation we have that falls under your board authority is to continue to support the exclusion of lump sum retirement payments. Because the overall operational performance and expenses associated with that includes lump sum retirement payments that you've assumed through employees that have worked in other state agencies, and now just by virtue of them finishing off their careers in CalPERS, you're now obligated to take the full load of that pension obligation. It is not necessarily fair. It doesn't truly reflect the overall operational performance of your fund. It's just the nature of the migratory opportunities that public employees have, which is fantastic, but it has a negative impact. So what we would never want to happen is for you to shy away from bringing in really good, capable people who are in the latter end of their career because you know it'll negatively impact your overall performance. We don't want that. So we feel that the fairest way to move forward is to take those lump sum payments that you have now adopted and not include them, because then that is truly reflective of the operational performance of your organization and not through the historic patterns of employment throughout the state. Any questions on that one? No?
I see none. Continues.
Excellent. And the third one for your board is again to continue the alignment. We recognize that you've gone through the painstaking but absolutely crucial process of coming up with a new strategy, and that is definitely required of your fund, especially a fund of your size, to continue being that guiding light for your board and for your staff. And we like the fact that there is direct alignment between the metrics used in your strategy and the metrics used in the incentive plan, and we would just encourage that direction and philosophy continue to be applied moving forward. Any questions with regard to that one? No? In terms of recommendations for the delegated authority of Marcy and her staff, the first one we have is around investment staff, increasing the weighting on quantitative performance to 75% of their annual incentive performance. And we see, and again, this is to further reinforce the objective performance of your fund and the objectives that you're putting forward and the strategy that you have in place. We feel that the objective metrics help to move that needle, continue to help to move that needle, and we would support increasing the weight on the objective side. We would also recommend the increasing weighting for total fund going from 50 to 65%. And that is aligned, if you recall, the decision that your board made a number of years ago in terms of focusing solely on total fund. We feel that total fund is a very, very important objective to focus on, and it helps to galvanize your entire staff and the board, because ultimately, if you're not hitting your actuarial threshold, you're not mathematically sustainable. Okay, so it's critical that you focus on that. And having a strong weighting on total fund performance is a great way to keep everyone focused on that principal goal of maintaining a sustainable fund for your members. Any questions on that? No?
I see no questions.
I think I'm preaching to the choir here. The next one, again, we want to maintain consistency, and we don't want to continue to belabor the point here, but we still consider that the decision that this board made a number of years ago to exclude asset class performance was something that is not necessarily aligned to market practice and best practices out there. We understand, as I said before, the philosophy behind it in terms of galvanizing your staff, but we feel that by doing so, two things can happen. One, people who are not performing at the level that they could or should are not actually able, or they're able to basically still retain some level of incentive based on others' performances around them. But more importantly, it's about your high performers, your stars, your rock stars, that you want to have you want to have a way of recognizing them objectively and recognizing the performance that they've made to their team, to their asset class, to their portfolio, and helping to reward them so that they can stand out within the organization itself and be recognized for the stellar performance that they're putting in above and beyond the people around them. And again, that's a part of that pay for performance motivating factor. So we do all recognize that you do have a relatively new CIO who's coming in and is working with the team and has a game plan that she would like to put in place. And so, as you saw in our note, we would support the reinsertion or the inclusion of asset class portfolio performance at some point in the future, recognizing that there's some changes that are underway, but we just don't want to stray away from the recommendations that we've always provided this board. We want to maintain some consistency around that. And any questions with regard to that?
I see none, so continue on, sir.
And finally, the last recommendation we have is for the COO, the CFO, and the General Counsel. Again, we feel that everyone should be focused on similar principal goals, which is total fund performance. And so therefore, we feel that there should be an element of an inclusion of that element within their incentive package to, again, further focus all efforts. We do recognize that there have been some concerns about that in the past, but we know that there are ways to get around some of the concerns that you've had, but we still think that it's really important to keep everyone focused on the same things. And these are three key roles within your organization that can continue to help move the overall performance of your organization. So that's why we recommend the inclusion of that element within their incentive plans. Any other questions?
I see no other questions.
The one thing that, going into the appendices, and I won't go into them in detail here, but what I will say is, there was a question around the comparative data that we provided for CalPERS and CalSTRS. Basically, this is something that we typically would have in an appendice, in the appendices, but we brought this forward because it was a point of conversation in a number of our meetings in the past, and we wanted to bring it up front to say that there was some concern around the difference in the compensation design of CalPERS and CalSTRS, and that really, the data shows that CalSTRS is not as qualitatively focused as people would suspect. the data that we put together here, and we apologize if there was some confusion, some of the roles in this list no longer exist. There's been some restructuring that has gone on, some reclassification, but we based it on the historic practice and the historic application of their incentive plans in these comparative roles. So that being said, we apologize. There was more substantive footnotes that were included in the appendices in the past, but we deleted those just to be more succinct and precise. And because of that, I think we muddied the waters a bit too much, and we apologize for that. But basically, what we're trying to do is show, from a historic comparative nature, here's how the roles had been treated in CalSTRS.
I see no questions at all. I just want to, first of all, Mr. Kelly, I'd like to thank you for this presentation, and thank you for these for this lively discussion, and I appreciate it very much. So I would like to now move on to summary of committee direction. Mr. Hoffler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one piece of feedback I did hear from you was making sure we bring back the updated incentive comp plan policy in the June meeting, which we will do.
Yes, the adjustments to the base salary ranges. Annual,
yeah, so we'll make modifications to that, and that will be brought back as part of the other agenda items for June.
Very good. Are there any other? I see none. I now like to open up for public comments. Are there any public comments? No public comments. So I would like to adjourn the meeting and begin the Finance and Administration Committee to begin at 11:10 a.m. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you. I'd like to call to order the Finance and Administration Committee. The first order of business is to call roll.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
David Miller.
Here.
Frank Rufino Porfiona Ma.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Ramon Rubacava.
Present.
Teresa Taylor. Yvonne Walker.
All right, thank you. Our next order of business is the executive report. Michelle Nix.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. Before I get into today's agenda, I'd like to give you a quick update on the Samoa Peninsula Fire Protection District decision that you voted to terminate in February. First of all, the CalPERS will pay the final unreduced benefit payment in April. So this will be the final payment that we make that's in the full amount. Adjustment letters have been sent to the impacted members and their beneficiaries, outlining the final the final benefit reduction. And lastly, we've provided the district with the benefit reduction amounts and the related COLAs so they can go on forth with that. The agenda today has 5 items for your consideration. The first one is we'll be presenting the 2023-24 annual budget proposal. The second thing was we will have the annual review of the board member employer reimbursements. Then the actuarial office will present the valuations for the employer and the employee contributions. And lastly, the 21-22 CalPERS board election program review will happen. In addition, at the end, we will give you a review of the long-term care valuation report. The next Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for June 2023 here in Sacramento. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report. I'd be pleased to take questions at this time.
Are there any questions for Ms. Nix? Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nix, for your presentation. With respect to the Sonoma case, again, you mentioned it's going to be, is it at the end of this month that they're going to be receiving the final letters and so forth?
They've already received the letters. They'll receive the benefit, the final benefit payment from CalPERS this month for at least the whole amount.
So the whole amount?
Yeah. Some of them still have CalPERS benefits from other agencies, so we'll continue to pay those.
So that's yeah. So they have other. So in addition, so they had worked for some other agencies, and in prior they would get they still would get their benefits from those other agencies, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, just to recall my memory, how many effective persons were on this?
There was 9 currently receiving benefits.
9. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, with that, we will move on to item 3, which is action consent items. Is there any item to be pulled? Seeing none, if I could get a motion to approve. Mr. Pacheco, a second. Ms. Taylor, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Items 3A through 3D are approved. Next, we have item 4, which is information consent items. Is there any desire to pull any of the information consent items? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Mr. Miller, second by Mr. Pacheco. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We'll now move on to action agenda items. 5A, the 23-24 annual budget proposal from Ms. Nix and Ms. Hammerlund. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Again, Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. First, before we present the item, I'd like to introduce our new division chief for the budgets area, and I'd like Will to stand up.
Thank you.
Will comes to us from Parks, so he will be joining the CalPERS. He joined the CalPERS team at the beginning of this month. Therefore, Jennifer Hammerlin, the assistant division chief, was acting during the time that we had a opening. So Jennifer's going to go ahead and present the budget for this year.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jennifer Hammerland, CalPERS team member. I'll be walking you through the 2023-24 proposed budget agenda item. It is an action item. I'll begin by updating you on where we are with current year spending. As of December 31st, CalPERS expended $853 million, or 39% of the current year budget. Based on projections, we estimate that we will end the fiscal year with nearly $53 million in savings. All of the projected savings is in the operating cost categories. Sorry, I'm having... go. All the projected savings is in the operating cost categories. Within administrative operating costs specifically, the driver is salary savings for position vacancies. Savings within the investment operating costs is due to slower deployment of consulting and legal activities. However, as CalPERS continues to deploy the new strategic asset allocation, it is anticipated that these costs will increase. There's also savings this year because of a reprioritization of technology projects as the investment office works on development of a new data and technology strategy. While overall spending remains within budget, we will continue to monitor and assess all expenses to make sure that they are appropriate. And as a reminder, all funds remain in the PERF until actual expenses are paid. Moving on to the proposed 23-24 budget, CalPERS proposes a total budget of $2,427 million. This is a $243 million increase over the current year budget. Next slide. Although I will walk you through each of the budget categories, the primary driver of the increase is the investment external management fees budget. This is a projected amount and reflects the increased deployment of capital following our new strategic asset allocation, as well as a shift to more active management strategies within our external management partners. This budget does not yet reflect increased performance, but we are optimistic that these strategic changes will lead to a higher return on investment in the future. We'll begin with the operating costs. The first category I will discuss is the administrative operating costs. This is a personal services budget, so that means the salary and benefits that we pay to our team, as well as operational expenses and equipment, also commonly referred to as OE&E. In 23-24, we propose a total of $585.5 million. This is a 1.4% increase over the current year. This increase is primarily driven by an estimate for the first year of anticipated investment team long-term incentive payouts that were approved by the board in 2019. Offsetting this increase is a decrease in OE&E costs. The detail behind this net effect is shown on page 11 of attachment 1. However, they are primarily driven by a reduction in pro rata costs, which are central administrative services that are billed to all state departments, an elimination of various information technology one-time costs, bringing previously outsourced work in-house, and no board elections being scheduled for the coming year. Next slide. The next category is the investment operating costs, specifically incurred for investments. And the increase here that you see is largely driven by a new investment data and technology strategy initiative, which requires an implementation of new technology and business tools to improve total fund portfolio management and to promote fund sustainability. Next slide. The last operating cost category is the headquarters building costs, which is shown here at $22.6 million. This increase is driven by costs for various building improvement projects, including updates to this auditorium and training room audio and video systems, and to remedy fire and life safety concerns. The $22.6 million you see here is a total amount paid for by the PERF. But in the budget, you will see the total cost for headquarters is $27.5 million. The difference is $4.9 million. This is the amount that we build into our administrative budget, and through our cost allocation process, affiliate funds are charged their fair share for the benefit that they derive for use of the building. So this is our external fees budget. These are estimated amounts that are largely influenced by external factors. While CalPERS estimates annual investment external management fees based on market assumptions and estimated deployment of capital to investment diversification strategies, actual fees paid within a fiscal year are subject to market fluctuations. Current assumptions estimate total fees in 23-24 as $1.3 billion, an increase of 17.1% over the 22-23 authorized budget. As a result of the board-approved strategic asset allocation, this increase corresponds to the expected change in the fees paid to external managers. Much of the increase in base fees is for real assets and private debt, with additional but smaller increases anticipated for fixed income, private equity, and global equity. A projected increase in real assets performance fees is driven primarily by infrastructure investments. The third-party administrator fees is our last category. Here we are proposing a $19.5 million increase. The large driver here is our health program. It is estimated based on expected enrollment, as well as migration of members between different health plans, and we also have some contract escalation built into these terms. This is offset by a reduction to the long-term care program fees due to continued enrollment declines. So the final slide here, we show you again the 23-24 budget. My colleagues and I are happy to answer any questions you may have to help inform your action to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the themes that we're going to hear over and over again is the increase in the budget is related to external fees that we are paying, most specifically in the investment office. So I would like to hear what is our strategy going forward to reduce our dependence on external managers, and what obstacles do we need to overcome in order to be able to effectively do that?
Thanks for the question, Chair Middleton. Michael Cohen with the Investment Office. Certainly the increase in proposed fees is significant, as you point out. It's important to remember that this is an estimate that we're really sort of forecasting what over the next 14 months we would pay in terms of the fee amount. Under our current model, as you touched on a little bit earlier this morning, we largely do our active investing on a sort of a contracted out to money manager basis. And so the fees that you're seeing increasing are really a reflection of the implementation of the strategic asset allocation that was adopted over a year ago. So to some extent, seeing the fees increase is a good thing. It's showing that we're getting the money deployed the way you expected, that more money is going to the private assets. And it's worth remembering that when you see the returns reported, it's all net of fees, so that when you see sort of a private equity return, it's going to include the fees already netted out so that it's sort of comparable to things we do ourselves. That being said, to get to the heart of your question, certainly we want to reduce fees to the greatest extent possible. You might recall the CEM presentation last calendar year where they demonstrated to you that we are a low-cost model, and we don't expect that this increase that you're seeing in the budget and sort of the implementation of the strategic asset allocation is going to change that. We're still going to be a low-cost model, but long-term, we do want to bring as much expertise into the investment office as possible to either sort of stabilize or long-term bring down those fees. And I think the action that you took this morning really is a reflection of improving our ability to do that. To the extent we have the ability to recruit and retain the talent that we need, we're going to be able to bring more investment decisions in-house, pay less fees. And so hopefully that answers your question.
It's a very good answer. It faces a somewhat daunting obstacle. You've asked us to make a significant investment in additional external managers and external fees, walking into a time when the market is extremely unpredictable. So I would argue that that means we actually need the kind of talent that we are hiring at this time. But we are very much looking forward to seeing that we get the rate of return that these kinds of investments justify.
Exactly.
Right, thank you. Mr. Pacheco?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And Mr. Cohen, again, almost a follow-up with the same question in lines with Chairwoman Middleton regarding the external administrative fees. So as we move more and more into active investment, we're going to need to put more and more into the external investment fees. Am I correct here? Because we do have, from what I recall from last month, well, during the investment review in March, we have a ban, a policy ban, well, active policy ban. We're still at like 8, I think it's 8 or 9 basis points, but we still have this huge opportunity of about 100 basis points of active management potential. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, I think the best way I think about it is the old asset allocation had 21% dedicated to private assets. The new one has 33%. So we have a large increase of our total portfolio that needs to go into private equity, real estate, infrastructure, private debt.
And we're just starting. We're basically in the starting point of that now.
That's right. We have, over the last number of years, largely been a passive investor, and we're moving to a much more active approach to the investing.
And these things take time. I mean, it's not like we can do it in 1 minute and then all of a sudden it'll happen. It takes a period of time for us to make these transition and become more an active investor.
Absolutely.
And so my other comment was that with respect to the actions that we just did in the previous committee, those actions will take, again, they will take time as well. But in the end, hopefully, with more direct investing, we would get better retention, more recruitment, and we will be able to develop the domain expertise within our own investment office to in the long run. And I'm just trying to understand if that's my thought.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. So Nicole's just hit her 1-year anniversary. You'll recall the investment office has 9 key strategies.
Yes.
We'll have an update for you on those strategies in June, but they all sort of, whether it's the people strategy, the active risk strategy, all of these 9 strategies at some way get at sort of the changing of the investment office to be more effective for the long term, but none of it's going to happen overnight. We're a year into this journey, and
exactly.
It will take some more time.
From my understanding, I mean, from the costs and so forth, it's an appropriate amount, well, to do what we need to do to get to more active management, more active investing.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Rufino. It doesn't. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for clarification regarding the pro rata assessment. And I know that we are experiencing a 14.1%. For those who are not familiar with the pro rata, can you just give us maybe a quick eye view of what it covers? And it's my understanding too, the pro rata assessment is equal for everybody, or is it unique just to CalPERS?
So what pro rata is it's for all the central service agencies that serve different state agencies, they charge a certain amount to pay for all of their people and their processes. And so consequently, we're charged a certain amount of pro rata. It's proportional to our budget, so it's not necessarily exactly the same as every other agency. But it does fluctuate year over year based on those central services agencies, what type of services that they're providing. And so you may look at CalHR or Government Operations or Department of Finance, and they have different amounts of people, different methodologies that Department of Finance uses to gather to calculate what those central administrative costs are and what are the appropriate charges to us for pro rata. So,
but we don't have no discretion in terms. Those are pretty much set by the.
You've got it.
I think it's DOF that sets whoever. Entity.
That's correct. There's a little bit of a lag in making sure that what the costs are, because they look at the actual costs for all of the central services agencies, and then charge us an estimate and then true that up in subsequent years. So we had a reduction when we were going through the recession. Everybody kind of went through and did budget reductions, CalPERS included. So we paid too much that year. Then we got applied a credit this year, which has basically dropped our amount down. So I expect to snap back next year where we'll kind of come back up to standard levels. So this is a temporary reduction I expect in the budget.
If I may, just for clarification, so the 14.1% for the 2023-2024, is that's an estimate, or is that an actual?
That is an actual, but insofar as how they utilize that information to determine how much we should pay next year, it's an estimate. So it's kind of it's always trying to true up to itself.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Thank you for the clarification.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I would note that we've got Dr. Willis and Ms. Paquin on the line and want to give them an opportunity if they have any questions or comments. Seeing, hearing none. I do want to compliment staff on this budget and make note that once again the head count of 2,843 positions is unchanged. That is a credit to all of you in terms of your work to manage our staffing levels. And at the same time, the number of temporary help positions that we have on place and expenditures has dropped dramatically and consistently since 2018-19. So again, congratulations in terms of the work done there. So. With that, we need a motion to approve. Mr. Pacheco? Motion to approve by Mr. Pacheco, second by Mr. Miller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We will move on to item 5B, which is the annual review of board member employer reimbursements. Ms. Nix.
Again, Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. This item is something that you see every year, and it's for our board members' employers to be reimbursed for the salary and benefits paid to the elected board members, paid to the employers of the elected board members as they perform work for the CalPERS board. I'd be happy to take any questions.
I don't see any questions. I will move to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Pacheco? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We'll move on to motion approved. We will move on to 5C, 5C, the state valuation and employer-employee contribution rates. And with that, we can get Mr. Taranto and Ms. Ramsey.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Scott Trando with the Actuarial Office. This item is an action item and presents the valuation and contribution rates for the state plans. As you'll see during the presentation, the rates are higher than last year for most of the groups, but they are in line with expectations. The funded status has decreased primarily due to the investment return. But other than that, things are basically in line with where we expected. I'll pass it to Nina where she'll step through the presentation.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Madam Chair. Nina Ramsey, CalPERS Actuarial Team Member. Today, I am here to present for your approval the results of the June 30th, 2022 state valuation. This valuation sets the employer and employee contribution rates for fiscal year 2023-24. It is my understanding that the board has received our updated agenda materials. The website should be updated shortly. We did have to make some changes over the weekend. So the state valuation covers the 5 member subgroups listed on this slide: state miscellaneous, industrial, safety, peace officers and firefighters, and CHP. There have been a few significant events since our last valuation. First, the PERF has earned an investment return of negative 7.5% as of June 30th, 2022. Second, the state has made an additional contribution towards their unfunded liability of $2.9 billion, which was received in July of 2022. Because this additional contribution came in after our valuation date, it is currently not included in our funded status, but will be included next year. CHP made an additional contribution of $25 million in May of 2022. Because that is before our valuation date, it is included in the funded status. The two additional payments reduced the fiscal year 2023-24 required contribution by approximately $481 million, which is equivalent to 2.01% of total state payroll. On this slide, we have some key results for you. We are comparing the June 30th, 2021 results to the 22 results. As of June 30th, 2022, we have an accrued liability of approximately $238 billion, a market value of assets of $167 billion, leaving us with an unfunded accrued liability of $70.8 billion. We also have a funded ratio of 70.3%, which is decreased from last year's 80.7%, largely due to the investment return as of June 30th, 2022. We have the expected employer contributions for fiscal year 23-24 at $8 billion, which is $461 million greater than the current year. The rates are primarily increasing due to that investment loss and also the progression of our existing amortization bases. This slide shows a brief history of the state's aggregate funded status. As I mentioned, we have decreased from last year, which was 80.7%, to this year's 70.3%. We also have listed the aggregate market value of assets and the unfunded accrued liability. Individual figures for each of the 5 plans can be found on attachment 2. Here we have a comparison of the current year rates in the left-hand column. It is compared to the 2023-24 employer contribution rates in the 4th column. And for your information, we have also included the projected rate that we had in the June 30th, 2021 valuation report in the center column. You can see that rates are increasing for all plans except for POF. Additionally, the expected contributions in the far right column are all higher than the current year. Final rates do vary from what was projected in our last valuation report. This is due to the additional payments made by the state. Those were not included in our projections. Just to explain the safety rate, it is the only one that is higher. It is one of the rates that is higher than the current year. The reason for this is because the payroll for safety has decreased as of June 30th, 2022. I want to be clear that this doesn't mean that the members of the state safety plan were taking pay reductions. Safety as a whole saw a reduction in their active workforce, so that is why the payroll is lower. When we calculate the unfunded liability rate, it is divided by the expected payroll for the year, and because the payroll is lower than we expected, the rate is higher. But please also notice that the expected dollar contributions for safety are essentially the same. For CHP, the rate is higher than projected due to a large non-investment loss. This includes things like salary increases and COLA increases being higher than expected. Our projection for CHP also anticipated an employee rate increase for next year that is not happening. So that contributes to the reason why the actual rate is higher than what was projected. On this slide, we have the actuarially required contribution rates for fiscal year 23-24 listed on the left-hand side. We have also included, for your information, the additional statutory contribution per Government Code 20683.2 And we have included the additional contribution rate established by the state for their stable contribution rate strategy. The state will be paying an additional amount on top of what is actuarially required in order to maintain stable contributions. These additional rates are for information purposes only and are not something that we are asking the board to approve. These additional rates are subject to the state's annual budget process. CHP is not included in the stable contribution rate strategy. As I mentioned on slide 3, which I realize I did not, their bargaining agreement requires that they defer savings from their additional UAL payments until fiscal year 24-25. So because CHP has been making additional payments over the past few years, the savings from those payments equal 2.77%. Because they want to defer those savings, we are adding those back to the rate. Should I be pointing somewhere? Yeah, we'll just, next slide, please. Okay, moving on to member contributions. Separate member contribution rates for PEPRA members began on January 1st, 2019. PEPRA member contributions were initially established as half of the normal cost, rounded to the nearest 0.25%. The normal cost is calculated annually, and if it is determined that the normal cost has changed by 1% or more since the last time the PEPRA member contribution rate was set, the PEPRA member contribution rate will be recalculated. This is the policy that we have in place for our public agencies. The state employee contribution rates, however, are set through collective bargaining. In 2013, Classic and PEPRA member contribution rates were scheduled to increase to reach half of the normal cost at the time for plans where the bargained contribution rate was less than half of the normal cost. If the bargain rate was greater than half of the normal cost, those rates remained as they were. Since 2013, the majority of member contribution rate changes have been determined through collective bargaining. Oh, it works. Okay. There are, however, a few exceptions to the rule that state PEPRA members are exempt from contributing half of the normal cost. These exceptions include the PEPRA members for the California Legislature, California State University, and the Judicial Branch. These groups do adhere to the rule for PEPRA member contributions that I described for public agencies. But because the normal cost as of June 30th, 2022 has not changed by 1% or more since the last time these rates were set, they will not see a change in their PEPRA member contribution rate for fiscal year 23-24. We also have a few select bargaining units who have agreed that their Classic and PEPRA members will contribute half of the normal cost. These bargaining units are 2, 5, 16, and 18. Each of these bargaining units have their own criteria for when to change the employee rates. For this year, none of those criteria were met, so there will be no changes to the employee rates for these groups for fiscal year 23-24. Lastly, we have the projected required future contribution rates. You can see that rates are increasing over the next 5 years. This is due to the ramping in of the latest investment loss. You may notice that there is a larger increase in fiscal year 27-28. This is the last year of ramping in the new investment loss. The reason it is so noticeable is because the investment gain from last year, that 21.3%, will be fully ramped in fiscal year 26-27 and no longer offset the ramping in of the investment loss. You may also notice that CHP has a dip in their rate in fiscal year 26-27. This is due to a large amortization base dropping off, reaching its conclusion. The projected rates you see on this slide assume an annual investment return of 6.8% and no other gains or losses. We will have projections included in our annual valuation report, which will be released later this year. That valuation report will have the final investment return for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. The report will also include our assumptions, methods, and participant data. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Are there questions? Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you for the presentation. It's always a little, not distressing, but has to be mentioned whenever the funding balance goes down. I know we don't, Scott will yell at me later. I know that we're not supposed to look at it. It's a snapshot in time. And as long as everybody's making their actuary determined contribution, we're going forward, which is a good thing. But now it is something to monitor. The other thing I was going to ask, employer contributions, I'm looking at the memo. The reason the employer contribution went up was, and you said it correctly, is because we did not meet the assumed rate of return. So I had two questions. There's other assumptions that have been adopted, but those will not be impacted until later, correct? I mean, they won't have, the employer contribution won't be judged. I'm looking at page 5 of 7, the change due to, that the number cost went down due to the new demographics. Yeah.
That's right.
So those were adopted by the board, and I think we look at it, assumption change every 4 years, correct? So, and then there was a note that the full valuation will be presented, will be on the website. Will the board get a chance to comment on it, or is it just posted?
Yeah, the report.
There's two questions there, I guess.
The rates are adopted by the board now, so we can get the information over to the DOF in time for the budget in June. Later in the year, the full revaluation reports just with these rates are just developed and posted online. We can send a note to the board when it's available, but generally the information is just additional schedules and material in the valuation report, but the actual contribution requirements don't change based on what's adopted today.
Okay, thank you. The only reason I'm asking is a little different process that I'm used to.
Yeah, yeah.
And 37 counties, they adopt a valuation, which has the...
Yeah, so this way...
Then they adopt the rates later.
Yeah. What we do...
The rates, I mean.
The reason we do it is the state and the schools are bigger, they take up each about a third of a system. And what we try to do for these plans is we wait till the end of the fiscal year, so we have the rate of return. So then when we do the projections, we can get more accurate projections based on the actual rate of return. We provided the projections today based on the 6.8. Once we know what the actual return is, we'll make an adjustment to the projections. So we can have provide the state with closer projections on what we think will happen versus what these are today.
Gotcha. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa.
Yes, Ms. Ortega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Ms. Ramsey and Mr. Schneider for working through a confusion that occurred on the rates and getting the board item updated, and the folks at CalHR and DOF that worked with you as well. I know there was a lot of flurry of activity on Friday to get it cleared up, so really appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Pacheco?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask a question, just a clarification on the CHP, the California Highway Patrol. I guess there was a contribution that was made in $25 million in May 2022, and then I guess there was a deferred. I'm trying to find my notes here. It was deferred. The annual savings was due to additional payments deferred until fiscal year 2024-2025. So that affected their employer contribution? I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Yes. So when an additional contribution is made towards unfunded liability, it will reduce the total rate. We are able to calculate exactly how much those additional payments reduce the rate, and that is why we've added those back to the total rate that they have.
Oh, I see. And so the $25 million is a one-time payment that was made back in May in 2022 during...
That's right. In the agenda item on page 7, we have a historical list of the additional payments made by CHP.
Oh, I see. And that $25 million came from, what was the source of that? Was it just from their?
Yeah, from CHP's fund.
From
Motor vehicle
themselves,
fund.
their own fund
Yeah,
themselves?
That's right.
Okay, very good then. So that's all I wanted to verify that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I've got a couple of questions on this slide that is in front of us now. I'm looking out at the 2027, 28, and 28, 29 projections. And those projections are based on the assumed rate of return of 6.8%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we hope that we get to 6.8. The likelihood we will be at exactly 6.8 in any given year is probably fairly small. So at what time will the changes that we actually have in performance for this year and the next fiscal year show up for these projections that are 4 and 5 years down the road?
Because the rates are so heavily dependent on the investment returns each year, we really have to go year by year. So anything, 4 or 5 years out and beyond that, we have to assume that we're going to get that expected investment return. As far as, what it could be, we do have some sensitivity analysis, just looking at some other alternatives that the investment rates could be. But as far as what we can accurately provide you, we have to assume the 6.8.
So these rates are held in place until we come back, as a part of our 4-year cycle to reevaluate what our expected rate of return.
These will change every year. So
that's what I was trying to get at.
Okay, yes.
So they're going to change every year.
Yes.
So next year we will see a different projection going forward for the years going out. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. That's what I was trying to establish. Thank you. Are there any other questions that we have? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? And a second? Mr. Rubalcava, Mr. Miller, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 5C is approved. We will move on to 5D. Mr. Torrendo and Mr. Tashida.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Scott Trano with the Actuary Office. Similar to the past item we just looked at, this is a schools pool valuation where we review the employee and employee contribution rates for the upcoming fiscal year. I'll just pass it to Paul, and he'll present the results.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you, Scott. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Paul Cheetah with the CalPERS Actuarial Office, here to present the results of the schools pool valuation, including the employer and Pepper employee contribution rates. Let's see, do I? Okay, so the actuarial evaluation date for this valuation is June 30 of 2022, and you can think of that as a snapshot date as of which the census data and the plan assets are gathered. And so this valuation reflects experience in the year ending on that date. The schools pool, just as a reminder, covers classified employees of school districts, community college districts, and county offices of education throughout the state. Basically the non-certificated or the non-teaching positions with those school districts. And it is a risk pool, so all of the employers, all of the school employers in the schools pool, all the experiences blended together, and they all share the same contribution rate. So I'd like to touch on 4 key elements of experience that drove the results of this valuation. The first is the investment return that you're aware of. The investment return in the fiscal year ending 21-22 was about negative 7.5%, which drove an actuarial investment loss. We also saw salary increases for active members who are employed throughout the year, average about 8%. So that's a fairly sizable increase and exceeds our actuarial assumption, and therefore that as well drove actuarial experience losses. The third item is benefit increases for annuitants, so retirees and beneficiaries. The average benefit increase was around 3.2%, driven by fairly sizable COLAs that were granted in May of 2022 as a result of high inflation. So it was based on a CPI of about 4.7%. And again, the 3.2% increase exceeds our actuarial assumption of what benefit increases will be, so that as well drove actuarial losses. The fourth item was an increase in the total payroll of the schools pool. It increased by over 10% from the prior year, which is a sizable increase. And this actually served to decrease the employer rate a bit, because the payment toward unfunded liability is a dollar amount, and Nina touched on this for the state. And when you divide it by a larger payroll, then you derive a lower rate. So this fourth item actually served to decrease the employer rate a bit. Okay, in this slide we have the key results, really the high-level results of the valuation. And you see the accrued liability, the top line there, increased from about 110 million to about 110 billion to 116 or 117 billion. That is largely an organic increase, what I would consider an organic increase, which is a kind of a natural expected increase. There were no assumption changes. The discount rate stayed at 6.8%. Now, the market value of assets, you can see on the second line, decreased, and that is a result of that, and largely a result of that investment loss that was sustained. Now, I want to focus on three other items on this slide, or just want to point them out, and then we will delve into them in greater detail in the coming slides. The first is that funded ratio that decreased from last year's valuation to this year's, from 78% down to about 68%, so around a 10% drop in that funded ratio. The second item is the employer contribution rate, which is really what we're bringing to you today for approval. That will be increasing from 25.37% of payroll to 26.68% of payroll for this coming fiscal year, starting on July 1st of this year. And the third item is the PEPRA member contribution rate. That is not changing. That will remain 8%. Okay, and again, we'll go into each of those three items in a little bit more detail. Starting with the funded status. So when we think of funded status, it's a measure of the health of a pension plan, and we can look at it two ways. First, we can look at the unfunded accrued liability, which is a dollar amount, and is an absolute measure, if you will, of the funded status of the plan, or of the pool in this case. The second way of looking at funded status is the funded ratio, which is a percentage, of course, and is a relative measure of funded status, of funded health, and is a way of comparing two different plans that can be totally different sizes. So we have a 10-year history here of the funded status, both the funded ratio and the unfunded accrued liability. And you can see from last year to this year, you can see that drop in the funded ratio from 78.3% to 67.9% that we discussed on the prior slide. And you can also see an increase in the unfunded accrued liability as an absolute dollar amount. Those the white portions of the bar on the far right. So increase from $24 billion to $37.6 billion from last valuation to this valuation. Now, one thing I do want to point out, when you look at a 10-year history of the funded ratio, there's a slight downward trend, but I do want to point out that in this 10-year period, just remember that the discount rate did change slowly, but it did change from 7.5% down to 6.8%. So there was, incremental dropping of the discount rate throughout that period, which is one of the reasons why the funded ratio slips a little bit. Because, of course, when you decrease the discount rate, you also decrease the funded ratio. Okay, and the second item we'd like to go into a little bit more detail on is that employer contribution rate, which is what we are bringing to you for approval today. And here we show last year's rate, and we compare it to this year's rate, along with an estimate of where we thought last year where we predicted we would be. So you can see the rate of 25.37% established in the prior valuation, and that is increasing to 26.68%. So an increase of about 1.3. But you can see that we projected, or we estimated, that would be 27.0%. So we're coming in a shade lower than where we had projected based on last year's results. Now we also show the projected payroll here, and you can see a fairly sizable increase from last year to this year. And lastly, we show the estimated employer contribution as a dollar amount. So the schools pool employers all pay a rate as a percentage of payroll, and whatever their payroll comes in at, they pay that same rate. So this is really just an estimate here that we're showing of the dollar amount of contributions based on that projected payroll that we're showing. But you can see that the dollar amount of expected contributions is increasing because, again, both the rate is increasing as well as the projected payroll of the group, of the pool. Okay, and the third and final item to go into some detail on is the PEPRA member contribution rate. So PEPRA members in the school's pool are legally required to contribute 50% of their normal cost. Now, the member contribution rate as determined in this valuation, which is applicable to this coming fiscal year, 23-24, is remaining at 8%. So you might recall last year there was an increase from 7% to 8% in the school's PEPRA member contribution rate, and that was the first time it had changed in some time. But this year there will be no change. It is going to stay at 8%. And just as an informational item, sometimes we field questions about how is the PEPRA composition of a plan or a pool changing. And so we like to monitor that for the school's pool. And we're at the point now where the payroll of the PEPRA membership is at 49% of the total. So Classic represents the other 51%. And if you look at it by head count, the PEPRA members are actually 57% of the head count of the pool. So a fair amount over half already. And because of this changeover from Classic to PEPRA in the schools pool, we estimate, just a rough estimate, that it's saving employers about 1.5% of payroll just because PEPRA was enacted. So you can think of it as if PEPRA were never enacted, schools pool employers would be paying about 1.5% more than what we're showing in this presentation here today. See if we can get this to move to the next slide. Someone please, someone else able to? Thank you. Perfect. Okay, and lastly, like state, we like to do a 5-year projection every year when we complete the valuation, just to get an idea of where we think rates are trending in the future. And again, to Chair Middleton's question for the state, this is something that's revisited every year when we do the evaluation, and it is further revisited once we have the results of the investment return for the fiscal year that we're currently in. So like the state, this projection assumes a 6.8% investment return, not only in all future years, but in the year we are currently in. So that is the item that we will true up in July and August once we actually have the actual investment return in hand. But based on what we know today, this is our best estimate of where rates are going in the future. And the increase you're seeing there is a result of that investment loss that was sustained in the prior fiscal year. So the actuarial amortization policy ramps in investment experience, whether it's a gain or a loss. It ramps it in over a period of 5 years just to mitigate volatility in the employer costs. If we were to factor in this entire 7.5% investment loss all in 1 year, it would be a dramatic increase in the employer rate. So that's why the amortization policy includes this 5-year phase-in, if you will. But as that 7.5% loss phases in, you see that it does lead to an increase in the employer rate over the next 4 years. And then by 27-28, that is when it's fully phased in. And you can see that at that point, we expect, our best guess at this point is that rates will level off and maybe even decline slowly. The general trend, aside from investment experience, if all investment experience matched what we assumed, we would still expect to see a slow decline in the rate, again, due to that changeover from Classic to PEPRA in the plan composition. But investment experience, of course, is the largest driver of our results, and you're seeing that here today. I do want to make one other note about what this does and does not include. So again, it's based on a 6.8% expected investment return, and it's based on all other actuarial assumptions being met. So that's an assumption baked into this projection. And one thing I do want to call out is that we are continue to be in a period of higher than assumed inflation. And we do expect the COLAs to be granted in this coming May to be higher than what the actuarial assumptions would have indicated. So we do think, just based on inflation alone, that we probably have some more actuarial experience losses that might play in just as a result of inflation. We're not able to quantify that at this point, but I just wanted to mention it so it's on everyone's radar. Okay, and that is the end of my prepared remarks, and I'd be happy to field any questions.
All right, thank you. I want to start with just a couple of follow-up questions to the remarks you made regarding PEPRA employees. And 49% of the pool is now PEPRA. Is that are you defining the pool as currently employed employees or currently employed employees plus retired employees?
For that measurement, we're looking just at currently employed employees. Right. So it excludes the retirees and term vesteds.
Okay. And your number was that there's a 1.5 point difference in the rate because of the existence of PEPRA. It's always dangerous to give us information because we want more. But that sounds like a fascinating number to be able to take a look at in terms of not only classified employees, but all of our other groups in terms of what has been the effect of PEPRA and being able to look at that effect over time and start to project out what its effect may be. And I don't want to create a tremendous amount of busy work, but to the extent that we could take and document what the effect of PEPRA has been at a future meeting, that would be something that I personally would be very interested in.
Yeah, I would just like to add, or just to clarify, that it's a fairly rough estimate. Like I said, it's what we're looking at in that measurement is we're looking at the normal cost component. We're excluding, or not looking at the unfunded liability aspect of cost because it's virtually impossible to disentangle the PEPRA experience, if you will, from the classic. So we're looking at the normal cost and what it is for the classic folks and what it is for the PEPRA folks, and therefore what the difference is.
Yeah, it is a difficult calculation, but we can provide some information to you about the differences that we see between PEPRA costs and classic costs, especially on the normal cost side. We can provide that fairly easily, for the state and schools, and if you want, for the public agencies, we could summarize some of those results for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Pacheco.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. So I want to get back to the slide number, I think it's on page 6, the employer contribution for the school pool. So you mentioned that in the fiscal year 2022-2023, the required employer rate was 25.37, and then the estimated was 23, and 2023-24 is 27%, but the actual is 26.8, which is a 31 basis point increase. 31 basis points. So what I want to understand is the pool. We had a loss of the negative 7.5. It increased the employer contribution slightly, but not over the estimated amount. Was that anticipated, or I'm just trying to understand, because I'm trying to understand, because we had such a significant loss about that, and how does that, if any, affect the PEPRA contribution, because it's still staying at 8%, and I just, if you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure. So there's two questions there, if I understand correctly.
Yes, sir.
So the first one regarding where the actual rate is relative to the estimate. The estimate of 27.0% shown on the slide, that reflects an estimate of the loss that was sustained, of that 7.5% loss. So what happens is, in July, the investment office releases a preliminary return figure. Mm-hmm. We then take that and we update our projection and our estimates based on that estimated / preliminary return figure. So the 27% rate up, I see on the slide their estimate, it reflects the loss, and not the exact amount of loss, but it reflects in large part that investment loss that we sustained. So the difference from the estimated column there, the 27%, to the actual 26.68 is a few factors. One is the fine-tuning of that investment return, again, because we factored in close to 7.5% loss, maybe not the exact amount because we didn't know it yet. So truing up of that, but then also all the demographic experience. So all the census data derived things like the pay increases we talked about, the COLAs, all of those other factors also go into that final 26.68 figure that was not captured in the estimate because it wasn't known yet.
It wasn't known yet, and we won't know the exact amount until until we get the results released in July.
No, this is the final rate. This is based on the final census data, the final investment return. So this everything you're seeing up here the rate is final. What comes in the actual report later in the year is, like Scott said, for state. It's more exhibits, more information, the information on the details on the demographics of the plan provisions, but really all the key results. The liability, the rates, the funded status, all of that can be considered final at this point.
And then with that, sorry, go right ahead, Scott. You're going to say something.
No.
So I just want to follow up on that. So on the last slide, which is on page 8, the projected employer contribution. So at the 26.68, which is the actual rate, and then we project out what we suspect would be the employer contribution based on an assumed rate of return of 6.8%.
Correct.
Is that correct? So
correct.
So we're not thinking it's going to be a loss or a high or low. It's just that's a constant number.
At this point, yes. At this point, we're assuming everything after June 30, 2022 is 6.8% investment return. But again, this is where, come July and August, when the investment office releases their next preliminary return for the fiscal year we're in now, then we will revisit this. We will revise basically this projection based on that known return for that 1 year, and then that is the projection that will appear in our actuarial report that is published later this year. So we're constantly truing up as we get more information.
Constantly truing up. Okay, I completely understand now.
Okay, and you had a second question. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry, can you remind me? It was a question about the PEPR rates, but I don't remember.
Yeah, so the PEPR rates were at 8% right now. So they're currently at 8%. And because they didn't, we did not achieve the 50% normal cost, they're not going to change. I think the trigger is 1%, right? If it's more than 1%, then it changes, correct?
Right. That's how it works. And if I remember correctly, when you first asked it, it was how the investment performance affects the PEPR. Is that correct? Okay, so the investment performance has no bearing on the PEPR rate at all. So the investment the performance can be great, it can be terrible. The member rate, the PEPR member rate, is unaffected by that altogether. That investment performance only affects the unfunded accrued liability. It goes in the EOAL, and that is entirely an employer obligation. So that drives the employer rate. It does not affect the PEPR member rate.
Thank you very much. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Palkey?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And on page 8, the projected employer contribution rate graph, the projected assumption of 6.8 investment return, we understand that. Can you share a little bit of what's driving the anomaly between the 26, 27, and 27, 28 year?
Yes, I think Nina mentioned this briefly in regard to state, and it's the same effect. So if you think back a year, 1 year before now, we were talking about a very large investment gain. We had a 21.3% gain, and that was serving to decrease the rates over time. And that was also, because it's investment return, investment experience, it was phased in over a 5-year period. So the benefit from that large gain was phased in over a period of 5 years. So now we have 1 year later, we have this large investment loss that is also being phased in. It has its own 5-year phase in. So the phase in from that big gain is ending. 26, 27 is the last year that we're getting the benefit, if you will, from that large gain. And the 27, 28, we still have the last year of the phase-in from this big loss that we just sustained. So that explains the pop that you see from 26, 27 to 27, 28 relative to kind of the trajectory leading up to that point. Does that address your question, or am I missing it?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? Approval from Mr. Miller, second by Mr. Pacheco. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. And any abstentions? The motion is approved, and thank you both for your work.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the balance of the items, and I'm projecting we've got about 30, maybe 45 minutes left, but that's the last actions of the day. My inclination is to continue on and then break for the day. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, we will move on. Item 5E, the stakeholders' petition to adopt ranked choice voting was withdrawn. We have effectively renumbered this item to 5F, which is now the CalPERS Board Election Program Review, and Mr. Stone will come up. I will make note that there is going to be references to the issues of ranked choice voting during the course of the presentation of 5F. With that, Mr. Stone.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance and Administration Committee, Dallas Stone, CalPERS team member. This is an action item where I'll be presenting you with a review of the 2021 to 2022 board election program. I'll be sharing our voter experience, trends, and costs over this last election cycle. I'll also request the board direction on 2 items for the upcoming 2025 through 2028 election cycle. The 2 items are related to which voting system option to use in future elections, and using a different kind of return envelope for mail-in ballots. Lastly, I'll share some stakeholder feedback we've received on the topic of instant runoff, which is also known as ranked choice voting. A brief overview of our election program. An election cycle runs over a 4-year period. Elections are conducted in years 1 through 3. Year 4 is our off year, where we complete program updates and release an RFP to secure a new board election administrator. This table provides a quick breakdown of the last election cycle. Year 1 was our member-at-large election, which consists of our entire active and retiree membership. We also conducted a special public agency member election earlier than anticipated due to a vacancy on the board. In year 2, we had the state, school, and special retired member elections, which ran concurrently for 3 seats on the board. The state and school seats were unopposed, but a runoff election was held to determine the majority winner for the retiree seat. Please note that conducting the 2 special elections for the public agency as well as the retired member seats resulted in the elections ending in 2022 instead of 2023. So having completed all the elections, we're currently in our off year for program updates. The board election program has evolved over time. Prior to 2016, we only offered mail-in ballots to our voters. In 2017, we added 2 new voting options to increase voter turnout: online voting and telephone voting, also known as IVR, which is interactive voice response voting. In 2020, the board approved the use of a simplified ballot package to reduce costs, which was implemented in this last election cycle. Since adding online and telephone voting, we've completed 2 election cycles, the 2017 through 2020 cycle and the most recent 2021 through 2022 cycle, and conducted 8 contested elections, which included primaries and runoffs with 2 or more candidates. In both cycles, we see that the average overall participation by voting channel of mail-in ballot, online, and telephone voting has remained very similar. So in terms of the marketing efforts that we do here internally, we market each election extensively to raise overall voter awareness. Some of our efforts do include candidate statement videos that are made available online, providing election toolkits for employers and retiree organizations, publishing a variety of communications such as blogs, member news articles, press releases, social media campaigns, and email blasts to our membership. We also hold candidate forums, and in this last cycle, we added an online tool which allowed voters to easily recover their pins for voting. This slide is a breakdown of our actual voter turnout, total costs, and cost per vote by election within the 21 through 2022 cycle. Please note that CalPERS did not conduct a state or school member election this last cycle. These seats were unopposed. In terms of historical voter turnout, this graph illustrates our voter turnout over the last 20 or so years. CalPERS has seen a steady decline in overall voter participation. Our member at large, public agency, and state elections had a voter turnout range of approximately 15 to 20% in the early 2000s and have declined since. Prior to our special retired member election in 2022, our last election was held in 2019 with a voter turnout of 19.7%. Last year's retired election came in at 17%. In this last election cycle, we saw that mail-in or paper ballot is still the most preferred voting channel across all elections, followed by online voting, which averaged around 25%. Telephone or IVR voting remains the least popular at 3%. In the special public agency member election, we saw a higher than average preference for online voting, and this shows that there's a trend for online voting amongst active members. For election cost breakdown, if we turn our attention to costs associated with conducting elections in the last cycle, we've spent roughly $6.7 million. Paper ballot continues to be our most expensive voting method at $5 million. This figure takes into account the cost of the paper, printing ballot materials, and the notice of elections, postage costs, and administrative costs related to the paper ballot processing. Please note that there are no contract costs associated with the telephone or IVR voting system with our current board election administrator, but the CalPERS team does spend up to 70 hours per election on supporting and validating the system. After looking at voter turnout and election costs, the board can consider adopting one of the 4 voting method options that we've provided. The board can also consider using a different ballot return envelope, which I'll speak more about later. So for option A, which is our status quo, the first option is to make no changes to our current election program. Our members can continue submitting their votes via paper ballot, online, or by telephone. This option offers the most variety of voting options for our members, and it won't require any regulatory changes. It does have high costs and requires the entire enterprise's support. There won't be any cost savings with this option. For option B, we would return to paper ballot only. Option B would only offer mail-in ballots to our members just like elections prior to 2017. It caters to our members who strongly prefer mail-in ballots. The challenge with this option is that we see that active members are trending towards using the online voting option when compared to retirees. It would require regulatory changes. We currently don't know how this would impact our voter turnout. And if we go back to mail-in ballot only, this option would have a cost savings of about $1.6 million. So option C would only offer 2 voting channels, which would be our mail-in ballot and online. This option speaks to our retired members' preference for mail-in ballots and our active members that are trending towards online voting. With this option, the use of staff time and resources also decreases. Some challenges for this option would be that removing the telephone voting could modify the voter experience. We don't know how this would impact voter turnout and would also require regulatory changes. This option has no contractual savings, but there are savings in staffing time and resources spent on testing and developing the telephone voting system. Option D is a hybrid system, which customizes voting options for each election. For the member at-large election and retired member election, we are offering 2 options via voting channels, the mail-in and online ballot. For the state, school, and public agency member elections, it would only offer online voting for our active members. This option caters to each voting community and uses less paper. It also has a cost savings of about $300,000. Some challenges for this option would be that by removing the telephone voting, just like option C, it would modify our voters' experience. We also don't know how this would impact voter turnout and would also require regulatory changes. This concludes our 4 options for the board to choose from. Now I'll move on to our second item that requires board direction. At the February Finance and Administrative Committee meeting, the board asked whether any measures can be put into place to address privacy concerns of voters that submit mail-in ballots without signing the perjury statement on the return envelope. Signing the return envelope to attest to the perjury statement is a regulatory requirement. Without a signature, the mail-in ballot is invalid. To mitigate privacy concerns, the board can consider adopting safeguard measures by using a reveal tab return envelope. The reveal tab will hide the signature until the ballot is processed by our board election administrator. Just to kind of show you briefly what that would look like. So just a typical mail-in return envelope for our members. On the other side, there's a flap. You lift the flap up, it would have our perjury statement. It would require signatures similar to today. And then they would be able to seal that envelope, hiding the member's signature. And then once it makes it over to our board administrator for voter credit, they would scan the code to ensure voter credit, and then also open the tab to ensure that there was a voter signature, again, meeting all of our current requirements. Using this new envelope will result in an additional $630,000 based on elections we've conducted this cycle. With this envelope, our board election administrator will require additional time to process ballots, since each envelope's tab must be removed manually before scanned into the system. Now I'd like to move on to sharing some stakeholder feedback that we received on another topic. Last September, CalPERS received feedback from 2 stakeholders requesting the board consider a voting method called ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoff voting. This feedback, which is included as attachment 2 to this item, came in as a formal letter and included a draft rulemaking petition on this voting method. Ranked choice voting is defined as a single election voting method which allows voters to rank candidates in order of preference to determine the winner without the need for a separate runoff election. I'll share a hypothetical example with 3 candidates who are running in an election to show you how this would work. Let's say in this election, candidate A receives 25% of first rank votes. Candidate B receives 35% of first rank votes, and candidate C receives 40% of first rank votes. With no majority winner in this situation, an instant runoff voting would take place. The candidate with the lowest ranked first ranked votes, candidate A in this example, is automatically eliminated, and all of their votes are redistributed to their second ranked candidate, which for simplicity's sake, let's say it's candidate B. With this redistribution of votes, candidate B's votes would be 60%, and they would be declared the majority winner. CalPERS has never used ranked choice voting, but CalPERS staff has formally presented research on other election methods, including ranked choice voting, for the board's consideration in 2007, 2010, 2011, and 2012. At this time, ranked choice voting was not adopted by the board for various reasons, which included, but were not necessarily limited to, the lack of Secretary of State's approved systems. No guarantee a majority winner would result from this using this voting method, and higher upfront fixed costs to conduct this type of election. This slide shows some of our next steps that the team may need to undertake this year and next year, depending on the option chosen by the board. If regulatory changes are needed for the selected option, we're hoping to have regulations effective by June or July of 2024. In February of 2025, we'll also present the notice of election for the 2025 member-at-large election. In summary, we're requesting board action on 2 items. The first is to select an option of the 4 options presented. The second is to provide direction on the revealed tab envelope. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that very good report. We are going to move to comments. We've got first, Ms. Taylor.
Oh, I didn't realize it was first. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a couple of questions. So on option 1, I don't see a good feasible way to move on to other options. The status quo, it's high cost, but it's and it does rely on our folks to help. One of the things that I thought was interesting is option D, this hybrid voting system. Considering how low IVR is, I don't have a problem cutting that out, but why would was this a mistake? You also cut out mail-in for state school public agency member. Was that a mistake or was that your intent? Okay. I just feel like that is too high of a return ballot for us to cut out. I didn't see an option where we just cut out the IVR. That's what I'm thinking, that maybe we could cut out the IVR.
Option C does allow us to remove the IVR option and just only offer mail-in and online ballots for all elections.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
And just to make a comment on the option D, again, these are just ideas for consideration. You know, we did see an increase in overall online acceptance during our active member elections. That's not to say that mail-in ballot was still the preferred voting method. We were just bringing in different options, whether it's a cost-saving option or just an option to remove an option that has, like I said, 3% participation, which is IVR telephone.
So then I have, just for participation purposes, I have a question. Does CalPERS ever, or have they considered ever running a survey to find out with their members to find out what would make people more likely to vote, given how low our percentage is, except for the retirees, which is...
I think the last stakeholder feedback we did with our membership regarding elections occurred back in 2010, but we have not conducted a survey directly related around our elections since then.
And we've had substantial decline since 2010, so I think that might be a really good idea, just to get an idea. What is it that more and more people are declining to vote now? Is it because we're not educating them at the front about their pensions? Do they not care about pensions because they don't intend to stay with the state? You know, what is it that we're missing? But option C would be my recommendation on this, so that because I see what low single digit participation on the phones. So that would be my recommendation for number 1. And that's all we're discussing right now, isn't it?
That's
number 1, right? Okay.
All right, Ms. Walker.
You're on.
Okay. Just so I make clear where we're at, Madam Chair, are we at the moment to make a motion and then talk about it, or just putting comments out?
At this point, we're asking questions and making comments. We still have a number of colleagues that would like to make comments, so be more appropriate to allow those comments before a motion.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Then I have nothing at this moment.
Okay. Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a little confused, and I want to ask you a clarification question on the example that you give us. Back to the RCV. So you said, you said A, B, C, A gets 25%, B gets 35%, C gets 40%. No one. So it goes then back, the A being the lowest, those 25%, they get redistributed to B, right? So why not C? I'm not, so I, like I say, it may be because I don't understand that.
So for simplicity reasons, that I was just trying to construct an example that would be easy to follow along. So with ranked choice voting, our member would receive a ballot and they'd be asked to rank those candidates 1 through 3. Your first selection, your second selection, your third selection. If you get to a point where no one candidate receives majority vote, which is 50% plus 1, you would then start the process of eliminating candidates to the point where you get a candidate with majority vote. So in my example I was using, the candidate A, who only had 25% of the votes, would have been eliminated. So all of those folks that listed candidate A as their first choice, they then go to their second choice, and then those votes are redistributed to the candidate. So in my example, I said all of those people that selected candidate A listed candidate B as their second choice. So then those votes were redistributed, then making the math work over majority.
Okay, got it now. Thank you. I see what you're saying. It is the voters that determine, okay, I got it. The second question, again, not being familiar, on your report, you said that some of the reasons, there's various reasons which you have included in the past that this system wouldn't work, one of which is the lack of the Secretary of State approve of the voting system, and I don't understand that either.
So at the time that we presented this to the board and back in 2012, that was the case. I know that there are various counties and cities and municipalities that have adopted ranked choice voting since then. So
The Secretary of State, is that still current, where they don't recognize or don't approve this system?
It's my understanding that they do. I know the city of San Francisco, the city of Berkeley, the county of Alameda, and I believe the city of Oakland all, have adopted ranked choice voting, and I believe those are recognized elections through the Secretary of State.
Okay, so I'm not advocating right now one form. I'm just trying to understand. But assuming that whether it would be CalPERS or another body adopt, then would that be a proposal to the Secretary of State to approve it, or is that just excluded from?
It was just an argument that was made to the board back in the various years that it was presented to the board, and those were some of the supporting reasons why that voting choice was not adopted.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Next, we have Ms. Willett.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that really thorough presentation. I just want to share, in my experience, I think the CalPERS team members from the Operations Support Services Division do just a tremendous job of administering the election. So just thank you for that. I don't think anyone would disagree that having robust participation in these elections only strengthens the organization. And I guess how we get there is really kind of what we're talking about. I don't see a need, again, in my experience, we don't really need to overhaul the elections, but I think there are some opportunities to do some really targeted tweaks to increase that participation. Looking for cost savings by limiting opportunities to vote does give me pause. And I think ultimately we need to be critically looking at how we generate higher vote turnout, like the events or activities that we do, viewership of the candidate forum, open rates of emails, and then ultimately, I think like the most efficient way of turning out the vote, where we get the most bang for our buck, is really going to be with our partnerships with our employers and stakeholders, right? I think that's going to be the most efficient way. I know we do a good job already working with our employers and provide them a ton of information, and I just think that there's still a formula. We haven't figured out the variable to get our employers to do more on this, not at the CalPERS cost, but at the employer side. And then also the stakeholders. Like, we know in general elections, stakeholders are the ones that drive turnout. Like, they just do. And it also has, if we could maybe provide the stakeholders more data in order to, in transparency with the voters, we could see that return on return on the vote turnout with the stakeholders driving that. It also has like kind of a dual benefit of increasing the voters' experience if they can actually track their ballot, so to speak, or see that, make sure that their vote counted at least. And that could also then help with that reveal tab situation. People can say, hey, did my vote count? No, you didn't sign the back. I appreciate the show and tell on the reveal tab. I couldn't picture it in my head. And I've never seen anything like that. My county registrar, our signature is like naked, like we just go out there. So I don't, I would be, having seen it though, I would be concerned that the reveal tab does such a good job of hiding the signature panel that we'd actually get a lot more ballots without any signature at all. And so without the ability to cure ballots, which I guess is the other problem that we're trying to resolve, I think that that would be not a good recommendation for the committee to take. And I understand we're not, I just want to make one comment that ranked choice voting the petition has been withdrawn, but I do want to throw it out there. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of Mr. McRitchie and Mr. Cheek in that petition as well. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Mr. Miller.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm all for efficiency and effectiveness, but I think when I look at the overall costs of our elections and the importance of them and how critical turnout is, I'm more worried about effectiveness than efficiency in many respects. So a couple thoughts. The reveal tab seems like a solution looking for a problem at a cost of, $600 or maybe $1 million for the number of cases we would have where we would have suspicion of fraud, or like zero that I've ever heard of, or someone didn't sign something to follow up with that person. We could do a lot of follow up for $500,000 or $1 million. So to me, that's kind of a non-starter. In terms of, we could look and say, oh, only a few people called in on the phone, a few percent, but with very low turnout elections, there's, a few hundred of our members may that was their preferred way to do it, or maybe they had trouble with some of the other technologies. Being kind of a caveman myself, the phone is really attractive to me. And again, I didn't even see numbers. I just saw a host 70, 80 hours of staff time. I don't know whether that's 70 or 80 hours times 10 people or 100 people times X dollars per hour. Or I don't even have numbers to compare, but it seems pretty small versus, the total cost of an election. And when it comes to the ranked voting models, it's been a long time since we've had a fulsome discussion about this, or some staff analysis. And again, with how much runoffs cost and stuff, I'd be interested in, how many runoffs do we end up having? How much do they cost us? And it seems to me that it's a system that could result in very different results from, having a runoff election a little bit later. And not sure, even as being a former candidate and sitting here as an incumbent, that I really understand how all that works in terms of the dynamics of elections and our elections. And again, the costs. So I think that's something that it would be nice for us to hear more from staff, an updated version. Sounds like a lot has happened since the last time we looked at that. I don't know if we would think any differently, but I think it would be nice to have a staff analysis or presentation on that. So that's my 2 cents worth today.
All right, Mr. Pacheco?
Yes. Thank you.
You should be on.
He turned it off.
Thank you. There I go. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, I'd like to, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Very, very interesting material. I found it quite interesting. I want to go back to the stakeholder survey. You mentioned that we have not done that for the stakeholders since 2010. Are you mentioning stakeholders with all respect to all the stakeholders, with respect to the members themselves, or is it? I just want to understand the whole who you're referring to.
Our membership, the folks that would be eligible to vote.
Okay, and that wasn't done until, was that like a focus group, or was that just some?
We don't know the details of it in terms of what all the questions were asked and how deep the survey went or the focus group went, but we do know that membership was engaged with regards to getting their feedback on elections in 2010. I don't have the details from that.
Okay, very good then. No worries then. And then the other question I had was the vendor that we're utilizing right now. Now I saw the cost here, and they're quite expensive and so forth. Did we go when we go back again? I'm not sure when this when would there be another, when is this vendor going to be another renewal of their contract? And also, are there others that do the same kind of work in North America?
So for us, we would release our RFP next year to secure a vendor to help us administer our 2025 through 2028 elections that will be planned. We last did our RFP back in 2020 prior to the member-at-large election, and we only received 2 proposals. One from our current vendor, and there was a second one based out of New York. Our team did a very deep dive in kind of the folks that live in this space, and there's not a whole lot out there. So we directly reached out to, I think, about 4 or 5 folks, companies, asking them to at least look at our RFP and submit a proposal. And we received 2, one out of New York and then our current vendor.
And that was it then. And do you foresee any? I mean, and when the RFP comes out, and the outreach, what sort of outreach would you be doing? Similar outreach that you did back in 2020?
Correct. We'd be doing everything we can to kind of, again, understand that space. What are the companies that live in that space, and at least making them aware that we're going to be releasing an RFP for them to consider.
Okay. And then the last question is regarding the chart, regarding the trend that we've been seeing, I guess, for the last almost since let me look at that. It was on page 9, the historical voter turnout. What I want to know is, I mean, is there something that we're not doing enough to educate our members of the importance of their vote? Because this is just my own personal opinion. I feel when you have the opportunity to vote, it's your voice. It's a voice that says it's a member saying, this is who I want, this is what I want, and the power of the vote is so important, regardless of wherever you vote, a local school board or at CalPERS or anything like that. And I'm just wondering how we can increase this. Is it because we are not partnering with people that can help us with this? I'm just wondering that we could do I feel we can do a lot more to bring out the vote, and because I just feel it's important. But if you can elaborate, that'd be awesome, Mr. Stone.
So I've been part of this team since 2017, and this is one of the questions that we try to wrap our mind around, working with our public affairs office as well. And what I would say is, and again, this is just my opinion, I mean, when you look at our total eligible members dating back to 2005, it was 1.1, almost 1.2 million, whereas our most recent member at large for 2021 was almost 1.5, right? So our membership has grown. Right? I would say when we look at, are we exhausting every opportunity to communicate with our member? I mean, we completely revamped our ballot package. Our members are getting a bright blue, please open me right now, call to action envelope compared to any other mail that you would get, right? I know that we exhaust every opportunity to communicate to our members via social media. Mm-hmm. I know that we have sent several email blasts to all of our eligible voters, almost to our board elections coordinator, Raji Prasad. I mean, she gets emails from people going, stop emailing me, I know about it, or I voted, or I'm not interested, right? And I have personally worked with our IT department and ran the top 20 public agency and school and state employers in our system. We did a cross-reference within my CalPERS so I could find out who the public affairs officer or information officer was at all 60 of those employers. And I personally called every single one and worked the phone chain to create a relationship with those information officers and emailed them one-on-one our actual stakeholder toolkit to get them to send it out to our membership, and it did not move the needle. I work at CalPERS. I've been here since 2020. I know very well what we do, but when I talk to members outside that are outside our immediate bubble, it's like asking them, do you vote for your AAA board? You know, I just don't know if it's on their radar. But what I can tell you is this is something that we talk about every single year. Yep. We engage with our stakeholders every single election. We are trying to do everything we can to change this curve. I don't know if there's the magic bullet that we're looking for, but I think maybe running a focus group, talking to folks, trying to figure out a better way to do whatever we're doing now will help.
And I just, I would say that the focus group would be a good idea, because I feel that would help us get a better understanding of where the members are, what they really want and so forth.
So it looks like our stakeholder relations team is putting together some different surveys. We will partner with them to see if we can get the elections topic on the agenda for discussion to get some additional data.
That'd be awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If I could offer a couple of, I think, comments at this point. Turnout is, I think, the critical issue that we're trying to address moving forward as to how can we turn this around and increase the voter turnout to something more resembling what we have had previously. And I don't want to try to identify what all the solutions are here today. What I would hope is that my colleagues would support asking staff to sit down and come back to us with a set of recommendations that would allow us to evaluate what might we do in terms of increasing voter turnout, and do this in a more rigorous way rather than trying to do it off the cuff. All of the ideas that we have for turning around this, I think, are very valid. But we'll do better if we sit down and we actually study the issue and have a chance to read the briefing reports that you have. I am not personally opposed to the idea that ranked choice voting be one of the considerations that would come back to us as a part of an effort to increase voter turnout. As an elected official, and an elected official in a city that went through a very rigorous review of our election processes that included much conversation on the issue of ranked choice voting. This is not an issue that comes new to me. What I can tell you is I have seen a number of people for whom their enthusiasm that ranked choice voting will solve every ill that has ever occurred in the course of voting is very significant, and their enthusiasm is real, and there are elections in which ranked choice voting has clearly made a difference in terms of outcomes. Along with that, there are an extremely large number of people with questions as to whether or not this is an improvement in process, and are unconvinced by many of the initial claims. And then a third group that certainly could be educated to the ranked choice process and have been educated, but for whom this is a very substantial departure from what they are used to in voting, And the idea that they will accept those changes with enthusiasm is unproven. All of that to say, I'm certainly not ready to move forward with any kind of recommendation, but I would appreciate it being a part of a larger review. Mail-in voting, it has been the manner in which most of our members have historically voted. And mail-in balloting today is now becoming the norm in municipal elections, in school board elections, in state and in federal elections. I think that is going to be where most of our votes are going to continue to come from. And it's important that the technology that is being developed by Registrar of Voters across the many states is followed by CalPERS. So I'm not ready to make a decision as to whether the Reveal tab is appropriate or inappropriate for us. I would welcome the recommendations of staff, but our processes when it comes to those signature tabs should be consistent with what we are seeing in state and federal elections, so that we are, in fact, giving to our members the same experience that they are getting wherever it is that they may be voting in municipal and state elections. So lastly, given the low turnout that we have, I am reluctant to change any method of voting that we have now. I am a tried and true paper person, as everybody on staff knows who's dealt with me trying to get through the computers. But when I mismarked my CalPERS election ballot recently, it was very easy for me then to pick up the telephone and call in my ballot, and much faster than it would have been had I tried to request a new ballot for the process. And people do make mistakes, and having a backup system that people who make a mistake can rely on is a good thing. So with that, I believe Ms. Taylor was next, and then Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know my mic was on already. So real quick, I didn't know we were commenting on everything. I was advised that that was not the case. I kind of wanted to know how many people actually complain about the signature? Is it just, 1 in 100?
I don't know if it's necessarily a complaint. I would just say that it's something that Ms. Walker brought up in my last presentation a few months ago. We did receive roughly about 2,000 envelopes that did come back where someone did not make their mark. And I just want to make it clear, it's not like we have a voter signature database. A valid ballot is a simple X on the perjury statement line, but we did receive roughly between 2% and 3% of our ballots had come back without a signature.
So rather than a perjury, statement cover, maybe we need an ability to cure ballots.
Yeah, if I can just comment on curing really quick. When our team reached out to the County of Sacramento to learn a little bit about that process, right? There's some things that we would have to obviously discuss with the board, right? The County of Sacramento, when curing their ballots, do all of that internally. We, our team and CalPERS historically, once we send that voter file over to our administrator, they handle the elections for us 100%. We do not intervene in that process in any way. The only time we really talk with our vendor with regards to anything related to voting during the voting period is when maybe somebody calls in and says, hey, I think I'm an eligible voter, but we might not have them on the database. So we will check to either confirm or deny that fact that they're an eligible voter and get them a ballot package if needed. So you would be asking us as a team to then enter into the process of helping conduct an election. The other thing that we would need to discuss is, obviously resources doing that. If we have to do an upwards of 2,000 to 3,000 ballot curings during a 30-day period, what does that look like for us internally? How would we handle that?
Could that be, it will cost more, but could that be put on the election vendor rather than do it in-house?
So we did reach out to our current election vendor to understand the curing process, and curing is not something that they provide their
So it would have
clients.
to be done by us, and we don't want to participate in that process because it's for the CalPERS board.
I would say that we haven't done enough research to understand if there's companies out there that cure ballots. I don't want to make a comment that's not truthful. I just know that our current vendor does not provide ballot curing and would not provide ballot curing. And when we tried to understand how County of Sacramento did it, they heavily rely on all internal resources, which is work then we would have to take on, and then CalPERS staff would be inherently in the process of administering the election, which is something we have not done.
Okay, so that's just another piece of the puzzle, I think, that Ms. Middleton was talking about, review process. I don't want to cause CalPERS more work if we don't have to. I think first and foremost, we need to understand how we increase the vote before we look at curing votes, right? I think 2,000 votes, yes, while that makes a difference, the retiree vote is the largest percentage of voters that we have. So I think in the meantime, thinking of ways to, whatever that way is, if we could do some research on that. And I think including the stakeholders in that survey process or focus group would be a really good idea as well. That's just my personal opinion. And then, and again, I want to thank you guys for this great report, because you guys really worked hard and thought this whole process through. You had answers for everything, so I do appreciate that. And then finally, I do want to say ranked choice voting. I kind of want to piggyback on what Ms. Middleton said, that people who want ranked choice voting are very passionate about it, and those of us who don't like it really don't like it. But I don't know where we're at with this. I'm not sure that we even need, I mean, it's a difficult process. I think that it doesn't save any costs because you still end up with a runoff. So I'm not sure that if that were in a package like Ms. Middleton was talking about, Chair Middleton was talking about, maybe of saving costs, but I'm not sure that that's going to save us any costs. I think we're going to run into the same problem with runoff votes regardless.
In terms of cost and ranked choice voting, we did have a very preliminary conversation with our current vendor administrator just to understand what it would take just for this conversation in order to offer ranked choice voting. And again, this is very ballpark conversations, but to completely redevelop our current voting platform and also make it accessible, which is something that we require as a state mandate, it could be upwards of $2 million. And that's also not including third-party consultant costs to understand how we would do this. And it would also considerably increase our setup costs for each election that we put on after that. And some of the preliminary discussions that we've had also came to light that offering something like telephone voting and asking a member to make 3 selections and rank them could be close to impossible over the phone. So even offering something like IVR voting and ranked choice voting would be something that we would have to talk more about. So again, these are all things that we've discussed kind of preparing for this conversation, but there would be substantial upfront costs to roll something like ranked choice voting out, as well as having very difficult discussions on even how we adjudicate votes and the voting platforms that we would offer in order to implement ranked choice voting.
Well, and I'm not seeing it, I also don't see it as being any more democratic. I feel like if I put my choice number 1, number 2, and then I changed my mind later, and now all of a sudden all my number 1 votes go to number 2 anyway, and I'm like, oh, well, I don't really want that person. That was just my, last choice. My recommendation to the chair would be that we don't spend a lot of time on ranked choice voting. It sounds like it's just too costly. So that was my final thing. I agree with the chair that we need to look at everything other than that.
Ms. Walker?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we accept option A as the option that we move forward on.
I'll second that.
All right. So before we vote, we do have a number of public comments.
Wait, I want to discuss. I didn't discuss
I'm sorry.
before the motion, and now I got things to say. So I'm sorry.
Certainly. Please go forward.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I hope, and my fellow board members, I hope that you support the motion. I think looking at elections and thinking, totally about costs, I think is the wrong lens to look at. Elections cost money, and they should, right? It's about getting in candidates to represent folks. The one recommendation I would make, and it's outside the motion, is realistically, CalPERS is not responsibility. It's not your responsibility for voter turnout. Never has been, never will be. You guys have a very good system lined out for what you do, and that's wonderful. What I would suggest, though, is that you talk to the organizations that actually drive turnout, right, to find out, how to partner to get more. But regardless of what you add, it's never going to be CalPERS that drives turnout. It's going to be your employee organizations, your member organizations that represent folks. They're the ones that drive turnout, and if there's things that they need from you, that's a conversation you should be having, I think, because I'm more concerned about the decline in the numbers of people that are voting than adding anything extra that we're doing to add to the election.
So, Ms. Walker, could you repeat your motion, please?
I move that we adopt option A as presented to the board.
All right, thank you. Is there a second for that? Second by Mr. Miller. Okay. We do have at least 4 public comments, and I'm going to ask for the public comments before we take our vote. The first is Mr. McRitchie. And following Mr. McRitchie will be C.T. Weber.
Is it? Oh, I'm on. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me apologize to the committee and to my fellow petitioners. I knew filing a formal petition would drive a decision, but I didn't know that it would drive a decision right away. So when I found that out, I withdrew that petition. But I still want the board and the committee here to consider ranked choice voting, which you have had some discussion, and staff has already taken you through a little bit how it works. I've got a handout here that I've asked staff to pass out. The first discusses how it works. It seems like you're pretty clear on that now. The second little table at the bottom shows that negative campaigning, research from Rutgers has shown that that's gone down 80% with cities that have used ranked choice voting. So I think that's another important thing to consider. Now, last year, Ms. Walker won 49.8% of the vote in the primary, and we spent almost $900,000 in a runoff. In 2017, we spent more than $2.5 million for an at-large runoff. So I think it's worth investigating the costs. I'm not certain that we would save money. I do know that your current contractor is not certified to do ranked choice voting. So you're asking your current contractor about ranked choice voting might not, maybe better Dominion or someone else who is certified for ranked choice voting would give you a better answer. Let's see. So last year, a bill was introduced in the legislature, and this bill would have made ranked choice voting illegal in California. And just for your information, 26 organizations opposed the bill. No one supported it other than the author, and the author withdrew it. So, yes, CalPERS looked at ranked choice voting in the past, but since then, several cities have begun using ranked choice voting in California. And as you know, maybe New York City used it, Alaska, Maine, I think Hawaii is slated to start using it. So I think it's worth another look. And all I'm asking is that this committee, someone on this committee, make a motion to have staff research this and come back with their evaluation and their recommendation. Thanks very much. Any questions for me? Or?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next is C.T. Weber, and then followed by Paula Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is C.T. Weber. I retired from California Highway Patrol. My wife retired from the Franchise Tax Board, and we're both members of CalPERS. As a retired member, one of my main concerns is the costs and preserving CalPERS. This board has a fiduciary responsibility to keep the system viable. Before I get into my next point, I wanted to mention, sorry, but I support option B. I think it's more in keeping with California law. And also, contracting out, I'd like to see that kept in California. One thing you might check on is having a county election official like Sacramento County Elections take the contract. They know how to run elections. Okay, today I'm representing the Peace and Freedom Party of California. I'm the legislative liaison, and therefore I'll be speaking on their behalf. And because of the cost savings of RCV, and I say cost savings because there's an initial one-time cost, but after that, it's all downhill. All the areas that have adopted ranked choice voting, there's many across the United States now, over 50, they all have cost savings because you do not have a second election. It's all done in one election, and that's where your savings comes in. I should note that in addition to that there's several other advantages to ranked choice voting. For example, more candidates run for office because they don't feel that they have to step aside so the, quote, lesser evil doesn't come in, and they're not depriving somebody. The other thing is that not only the campaigns, as was mentioned earlier, they're not negative campaigns because people are seeking all the voters, whether they are their first choice or not. They want to at least get their second choice or maybe third choice as a way of getting in. Also, more people vote. You can go to all the elections and study the statistics. More people turn out. If you're looking for more turnout in your elections, this may be a possibility. More women are elected to office. New York is the most recent example that's adopted ranked choice voting. And in New York, 29 of the 51 council members are women. And 25 of those women are women of color. So
Weber,
it's a huge improvement to both people of color. More women get elected, more people of color get elected. You have more diversity. and that's a
Mr.
good thing, I
Weber,
would argue.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Could you conclude, please?
Okay. All I'd like to say then is if you can count to 1, 2, 3, you can probably understand ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee? You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Paula Lee. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Sacramento County. Our Sacramento County League and leagues in California and across the entire country have studied electoral systems over many years, and we have adopted an official at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal level, an official position that supports the method that you're discussing today, ranked choice voting, which is a simple upgrade to the way we vote, and it really can improve the experience for voters, among other benefits. Our current plurality and 2-round runoff methods were cutting edge in the 18th century. However, most modern democracies have advanced beyond these systems because of the many shortcomings. And just one has been talked about already. One shortcoming is that they are very costly and inefficient. Plurality can elect a candidate with a very small percentage of the vote, as you found out when you had plurality elections. And 2-round runoffs can achieve a majority winner. However, these separate runoff elections are unnecessary and expensive, and they really are notoriously negative. We found ranked choice voting elects a candidate that's most preferred by the voters in one election and eliminates the problem of like-minded candidates splitting the vote. It also promotes positive, issue-based campaigns. And it's popular with voters. It's now used in 63 cities in 2 states, and it's nothing new. A lot of people think it's nothing new because they've never heard of it. However, it has different names like instant runoff voting, and it's the voting method that's used in Robert's Rules of Order. It's called preference voting. So we would encourage you, as Mr. McRitchie said, to ask the staff to take a closer look at how RCV could benefit CalPERS. We in the league learned a lot when we studied it, and we have lots of resources. We're happy to help you. In 2017, I heard that in that at-large election, it cost, did I hear that right, $2.5 million? That's a lot of money. And I understand you've looked at ranked choice voting in the past, as someone mentioned, but really a lot has happened since then. Our California Secretary of State has approved equipment, we have new guidelines, and we have lots of experience and data. So we encourage you to take the opportunity to check it out and see how it can benefit CalPERS members and taxpayers when you have 3 or more candidates running. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Phyllis Johnson, and followed by Deb Jasons.
Thank you. My thing is regarding automation. I realize that technology is important, but sometimes it falls short. Perfect example is, I won't say where I live and I won't say the companies, but with exception to one company right now, the cell tower is not working for 3 or 4 companies. The people have no computers, no phones, no nothing. My suggestion is, and I know it'll be a little bit of an expense, but it might bring out more voters. For argument's sake, let's say people are having lunch, they're walking by, oh, I forgot my ballot. They walk in, they vote, boom, out they go. That's one way to bring in more voters. And like I say, technology is important, but it's not always there. And what if it's the day before the deadline and, oh my God, what am I going to do? So let's consider going beyond technology. Maybe it's a few steps back, but it will bring out more voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Deb Jasons.
Thank you, Chair Middleton. Deb Jackins, California School Employees. On the point that Ms. Walker made about it is not the staff's responsibility to generate turnout in the election, I can't agree more. It's ours as members of the organization and our member organizations. It's staff's responsibility to generate the tools. And even though we say we haven't done a formal survey of members and what members want in elections in a few years, we are asked as stakeholders at every single year. It's always agendized. How do we want the elections? What changes do we want to make? There is a lot of reach out on the election, and I think all of our organizations do need to take a turn in the hopper to figure it out. The other piece that I think we forget is the employers. And the employers don't generate the most accurate information in the schools, I won't speak for the other employers, in the school system to CalPERS. And if the employer has not given updated addresses and information on our members, then those ballots are returned to that same employer who did not generate the accurate information, and they're given to distribute them to those members. So the employers have a piece in this game as well, and they need to be a little bit more accurate with information about the CalPERS members so CalPERS can deliver those ballots to members. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 3 members on the phone who would like to make comments.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Middleton. First up, we have Neil Johnson. Go ahead, Neil.
Hello? Do you hear me?
We can.
Hello?
Please proceed. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Johnson?
Neil, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Johnson, you have 3 minutes, please.
I'll go ahead and return Neil to the queue, and we'll try again at the end. Let's go to our next caller. We have Stephen Hill. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for looking at these issues. My name's Stephen Hill. I'm an election consultant for Fair Vote, and I want to give some comments about the method of electing that you're using. You know, the CalPERS has changed over the years. You used to have a single election, plurality election, and some of the winners were winning with 5, 6, 9, 10% of the vote. So then you switched to a runoff election, and the runoff election has managed to make sure winners have a majority, but it's costing you a heck of a lot of money. This is exactly the trajectory that other cities in like San Francisco and Oakland and others have had to look at as well. And as a result, they switched to another method called ranked choice voting or instant runoff voting. There are other methods out there as well that allow you to make sure the winners have a solid majority of the vote, but don't spend quite as much money with 2 elections instead of 1. In terms of whether this will cost you money or will save you money, there are actually numbers out there available to look at. In San Francisco, the controller's office, when they were looking at ranked choice voting, they said that San Francisco would save about $1.6 million annually after the initial setup costs. Oakland was projected to save $500,000 annually after setup costs. New York City, which began using it in 2021, they also saved an estimated $11 million after setup costs, and that's each annual year that you don't have a second runoff election, that you keep saving this kind of money. In terms of voter turnout, all of these cities have experienced voter turnout increases. New York City just had its highest voter turnout for a mayoral election in 25 years. And the reason why is because voters get burned out on too many elections. And, you know, if you can do it in 1 election instead of 2, it just allows voters to concentrate on the single election. It also means you can imagine a CalPERS voter, because it's not such a high-profile election, they get the second ballot and they're thinking, didn't I already vote on this? Why am I voting on this again? And so they don't vote. So you're seeing voter turnouts around 9 or 10%. You could easily triple that, I would think, if you didn't have so many elections and had majority winners decided in a single election. Secretary of State Deborah Bowen issued guidelines for ranked choice voting elections in 2014. Poll after poll has found that voters actually like this method. They feel empowered. They like having more choice. Staff hasn't looked at this since 2012. It seems like, given the potential of cost savings, the potential in voter turnout, which many of you expressed concern about, it would be a good idea to try and at least look at this again for future elections. Thank you. I hope staff will take a chance and take a turn at looking at it one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Chair Middleton, next up we have David Holtzman. Go ahead, David.
Oh, hello. Hello, committee members and Mr. Stone. I'm David Holtzman. I'm a vested member of CalPERS and a longtime member of the California Association of Professional Scientists. I work for the Health Department and OEHA in Cali, PA. You'll find that scientists and other technically minded people are very much in favor of ranked choice voting because numerically they can see how it makes things more fair. I personally was delighted to hear that my retirement system is considering using ranked choice voting. I know it's worth spending a little money to improve any sort of election in America. So go ahead and spend a little bit of my retirement money if you have to go to RCV. I founded something called Los Angeles Voters for Instant Runoff Elections, and I am calling partly to offer my help to CalPERS, Mr. Stone, or whoever would like help in making this transition. My email address is D for David at LAVoteFire, which at .org. LA VoteFire stands for Los Angeles Voters for Instant Runoff Elections. So anyway, let's do this. Let's spend a little money. Let's not be cheapskates of democracy. As I mentioned, ranked choice voting offers more fair elections, and it also offers voters more freedom to sincerely express their choices and preferences amongst candidates on a ballot. And in the United States of America, of course, freedom is something we like. So again, thank you so much for considering this, and please move full steam ahead. Bye.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson, is he back on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. Let's bring Neil Johnson on. One moment. Go ahead, Neil. We can hear you.
Okay. Hello, I'm Neil Johnson, a retired state employee. I'm not going to comment on the ranked choice voting, although I am very skeptical on how it really works. Even though I've been a longtime friend or associate of Mr. McRitchie, and he has probably talked to me enough about it over the 20 years or so that I sort of understand it. But what I was really concerned about was eliminating the mail-in ballots for certain voters, because I think that's really eliminating or suppressing vote. And I don't think you want to do that. You know, I think we all are concerned about the lack of participation, but changing the voting structures don't do it. I was also one of the few people who used phone voting because in 2017, on the last day, I realized, or a couple of days before, I realized that I had made an error on the ballot and I couldn't get a new one in time to get it through the process. So I think I had a problem with the online voting, but went to phone voting and worked and was able to vote. So please don't eliminate processes that, just to save money. Anyway, I thank you, and I thank Yvonne for her motion, which I think you should support.
And thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Seeing none, then
Madam Chair, no further comments.
Seeing no other public comment, we will now move on to the vote. We have a motion. Ms. Walker, would you like to repeat your motion since it has been a bit of time? My mistake. Thank you.
I'm on, okay. I move that we adopt option A for the next election cycle.
All right. And second was Mr. Miller. And so let's do a roll call vote, please. We can do that. Well, let's just do the roll call. That makes it simpler.
David Miller.
Aye.
Frank Rufino.
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker.
Aye.
Motion is approved unanimously. We will now move.
Also, Gail Willis, Dr. Willis.
Dr. Willis?
Yes.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 6A, the long-term valuation report. Fritzi Archuleta. I'm sorry? You can?
Before we move on, I'd like to know the process to make sure that, so I feel like we've had some comments on ranked choice voting, but I don't feel like that we've had, other than just general anecdotal stuff, we've had the necessary rigorous looking into it that would come back to the board. To be clear, I am not a fan of ranked choice voting, but I am also very much a fan of making sure that as we make choices, we have the best information in front of us as possible. So what do we have to do to make sure that that happens?
So that will come up in summary of committee direction.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments or questions? All right. We will move on to long-term care evaluation report. Fritzi Archuleta, 6A.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Fritzi Archuleta, CalPERS team. Item 6A is the long-term care evaluation results as of June 30th, 2022. This is an annual agenda item that reports the funding status of the long-term care program. All the information in this valuation report and presentation is as of June 30th, 2022, although it does incorporate all of the 25% premium increase that was implemented in late 2022. This presentation is meant to highlight the key aspects of the report, but for your convenience, a full report is available as an attachment to this agenda item. So as of 6/30/2022, the margin for the program was negative 7.4%, and the corresponding funded ratio was 95%. As a reminder, the margin can be viewed as a gauge of how much the premiums need to increase to get the program back to 100% funded. The funded ratio is simply the assets of the program divided by the liabilities of the program. On the next slide, we will go over the reconciliation from last year's valuation report to next year's. Okay, so the way to read this table is just top to bottom, left to right. So the final result as of 6/30/2021, the margin was a positive 10.51% with a corresponding funded ratio of 108%. So each year we take a look and see what the experience was of the plan. And for the 21-22 fiscal year, the experience on the investment side was not good. We got a negative 9.8% return, and we were expecting a 4.75% return. And so that pretty much took that margin from a positive 10.51% to a negative 9.5%. You can see that in the middle of the table. Also, every year, we take a look at our valuation assumptions and make sure that they are still relevant. After we put that update through, the margin improved slightly, where we finalized our margin at negative 7.4% and a funded ratio of 95%. So that's it. So I'll just take any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
If there's any.
And this is an information item, so we do not have to take a vote. With that, we will thank Ms. Archuleta and move on to item 6B, which is summary of committee direction. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two items for committee direction. The first one is to document the effects of PEPRA at a future meeting, including differences between PEPRA and Classic effects on costs. The second item is to staff will take the election topic and include it in stakeholder surveys and subsequently come back with recommendations for election processing related to increased participation, including a discussion on the RCV processing.
Thank you. Any further questions? And again,
So what I had recommended was reaching out to the employee organizations, right? Because voter turnout is their, what they do, one of the things that they do. More so, and I didn't hear that in the recommendation.
Right, as part of the reach stakeholder surveys, will include the employers and their organizations in that. We can, I think you wanted focus groups, is that? No? Okay.
As I understand the committee direction, we have not closed any avenue of inquiry that you might, from a staff level, identify as being appropriate as you come back to recommendations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So are there any, next item is public comment. Are there any further public comments? Seeing none, we will adjourn the meeting at 1:38 p.m. This concludes activities for today. The full Board of Administration will have a meeting that begins tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you all. Board of Administration will have a meeting that begins tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you all.